Are we back? Are we back, chat? The power went out here, but thanks to my universal, or UPS, the uninterruptible power supply, my computer did not shut down. But unfortunately, the internet did cut out for a minute. The router upstairs reset. We don't have a UPS for that yet. But, let me know. Can you see and hear me right now? iOS is back. Refresh. Yeah. All right. Sorry about that. The power just went out. I don't know if it's out for the whole neighborhood or what, but we've got solar backup here and battery backup, and I've got an uninterruptible power supply, so my computer didn't shut off, but the router upstairs shut off. So it took a minute for it to come back online. There's like a bit of a hiccup before the backup power kicks on. We're going to work on getting an uninterruptible power supply for the router, so that doesn't happen in the future. But yeah. On-screen chat broken. It is, isn't it? Well, here, I might be able to fix that manually. Chat box. Refresh cache of current page. There we go. That should work. Anyway, sorry about that, everybody. The power might be out for the whole neighborhood, I'm not sure. And just give it a minute, Jody Fish. It's gonna take a second, you know? Yeah. Anyway, welcome, everybody, to Paleontologizing. Sorry about that hiccup there. That's how things go sometimes, you know? Yeah. Confused Echidna says, what happened? Did stream stop? You are, really living up to your username there, Confused Echidna. The stream did stop, you have to refresh. Yes. Yeah. Let's see. And it's just gonna take a minute, Ozzy. Don't worry about this. It will come back. Don't worry about it. Although, oh. This turned off, which is not hooked up to the UPS, and that's a little bit better. Too bright, though. And this one should be off here. There we go. That's better. That's how it should be. Anyway, yeah. But yeah. And the biologist, how are you doing? Welcome. We're just recovering from a power outage here. My computer and OBS and everything stayed on. My cameras and everything are hooked up to an uninterruptible power supply, but unfortunately the router is not. And so the internet cut out for a minute. We got to get that router hooked up to a UPS as well. So you did come back at just the right time, and the biologist. Welcome. How are things with you? Good, I hope. Yeah. So yeah, anyway, we're going to be talking about the big piece of news today. New species of giant tyrannosaur discovered in New Mexico. Not discovered, we've actually known about this critter for a while. It's newly described, would be a better headline for this. But these authors are claiming that they have a new species of Tyrannosaurus. Not Tyrannosaurus rex, but something from earlier in time. Tyrannosaurus mcraeensis, they're calling it. So yeah. I'm from New Mexico. Yes, indeed, semicolons. There are a good number of dinosaur fossils from New Mexico. Places like Montana and Utah get a lot of the credit. And frankly, they have more dinosaurs, but New Mexico, also a wonderful place to go out and find dinosaurs. Yeah. So yeah. In a way, smaller forelimbs? We don't know that for sure, Freelancer. In fact, it almost certainly had larger forelimbs. That's one of the things I would have changed about that illustration, but we don't have the forelimbs from it. My hunch is that it has larger forelimbs if we're to find more of it. But we don't know yet. Hey, Amelia Bedelia, how are you doing? Welcome. Yeah. And Ios. 44 months of support from Ios there. I do really appreciate that. Thank you. Yeah. Well, Pig Pony says because it's an earlier one and we know they got smaller with time. Pretty much, yeah. I mean, we've got... I don't know if it's been published in the literature yet, but it's pretty clear that Tyrannosaurus's forelimbs shrink over time. If you look at Tyrannosaurus from the bottom of the Hell Creek Formation, their arms are like... They're significantly larger than the ones at the top of the Hell Creek Formation. So just over the course of about 2 million years, their arms shrink significantly. Oh yeah. And Hugan says it could have been slimmer too, possibly. I would be surprised if it were not slimmer, Hugan. I'll put it that way. Yeah. And I've never been to New Mexico at all, actually, Cassmeow Black. Let alone to find dinosaurs. I've only ever dug dinosaurs in Montana, Idaho, Utah, and Wyoming. Yeah. Only 4 U.S. states so far. But that's more than, honestly, most people have dug dinosaurs in. If we're talking about the general population. So I count myself lucky. Yeah. How are you doing, Paleo Stream? Yeah. And even better news, Octavio Mateus will finally face justice. Paleo Stream. That is good to hear. What's the news on that, Paleo Stream? Do you have a headline, or could you summarize for us? It'd be good to hear about that. And Anakin Gabriel says, was there a dinosaur or a Tyrannosaurus, for example, that lost the arms? It seems they had little use for them. Tyrannosaurus itself went extinct before anything like that could happen. There is, however, one kind of theropod dinosaur that did lose its arms entirely. And some of you might know about that. But as for Tyrannosaurus, the best I can do for you here is from Greg Paul's book, The Scientific American Book of Dinosaurs. Back from like the early 2000s. He had this speculative illustration here, which, give me a second and I'll 90 degrees counterclockwise. There we are. Sorry, live broadcast. Gotta do this stuff on the fly. Yeah. But this is a speculative illustration. PaleoStream, you're probably familiar with this too. So the caption is, there were never dinosaurs like these, but there might have been if just a few of the non-avian examples had not died out 65 million years ago. This is back when we were saying 65 instead of 66. So yeah, none of these dinosaurs ever existed, but this is like a speculative imagining if that asteroid had not struck, or if it hadn't been as devastating.
User gifted a tier 1 sub to PaleoStream.
A 12 months tier 1. Holy cow, anonymous gifter. Thank you very much for that. Holy moly, do I appreciate that, PaleoStream. Now ads for you for the next 12 months. Anonymous gifter, you are as generous as you are mysterious, and I salute you. Paleo salute to our mysterious benefactor here. Enjoy, Paleo Stream. You deserve it. If any of you are not yet following Joshua Knupe, German paleo artist and Twitch streamer, go give him a follow right now. And that's fantastic. I love that. Excellent. Excellent. Yeah. Yeah. Where were we? We were talking about this. Yeah. So, armless tyrannosaurs. This is a speculative depiction of what tyrannosaurs might have looked like if they'd been allowed to evolve for a few more million years. If, you know, that asteroid hadn't struck. And you'll see here, missing the arms altogether. Just little nubbins there. As I use the manual focus on here. They may very well have been evolving in this direction. I think tyrannosaurs, abelisaurs, you know, big theropods like that, what we used to call carnosaurs. Some of them were on their way to losing their forelimbs entirely. There is one theropod dinosaur that did lose its forelimbs entirely. Not a trace, not a single bone left. And that, I believe, is this critter. Yeah. Dinornis, one of the largest of the moa, these gigantic flightless birds that lived in New Zealand until very recently. In fact, yeah, the wonderful illustration by Gabriele Guetto there. These guys are the only dinosaurs that have ever completely lost their arms, as far as we know. Not even a little nubbin. So kiwi birds still have little nubbins there, Raisin Delta. These are related to kiwi birds, yes. But even kiwis have got arms. So this is a Dinornis skeleton, not a single trace of anything brachial there. No arm stuff. But a kiwi bird has still got arm bones. They still have little wings. Even though they're very small, they're still there. Dinornis, and maybe some of the other moas, I'm not totally sure, they lost their arms altogether. Nothing left at all. Which is really cool. Yeah. So yeah. Their arms are no moa. It's true, Steely Dan. It's true. Anyway, let's get up to... Oh, PaleoStream posted this on Twitter. Oh. It looks like Nova University was finally convinced paleontologist Octavio Mateus is suspended, and the case will be investigated by the Portuguese criminal justice system. The predator will finally face consequences for his actions. Holy cow. Wow. Wow. This sort of thing is rare in academia. For someone to actually face real consequences for misconduct like this. Let's translate to English here. And here, give me a second. Let's see if I can open this. Go back door here. So we don't have to go through that rigmarole of signing up. Oh, maybe we still do. Yeah. New University of Lisbon participated in the public ministry complaints of sexual harassment against a dinosaur scientist. Oh boy. I'm not one to... I don't know. To cheer when something like this happens, because in order for this to take place at all, there had to have been misconduct in the first place, and a lot of people suffered a lot of pain before this happened. But I am glad that in some circumstances the system works, and people who try and prey on other people are facing consequences. That is good to see. I would have much preferred, for none of this stuff to have happened in the first place, but it is good when there are consequences for severe misconduct like this. I'll say that. Yeah. And with that, I'm off to my own stream, says PaleoStream. We will certainly doodle some Tyrannosaur today. Very nice, PaleoStream. Very, very cool. I'm excited. Yeah. And yeah. Hope there's more than just accusations. I mean, we shall see, Layer T, but there have been a good, good is a word with a positive connotation. There has been a large number of accusations, and I've heard some of these, and this is heartening to see, Yeah. Anyway. I'll give you the link if anybody would like to read about this. You can use your browser to translate it into English. I'm not going to dwell on this too much because I'm not involved with this. But yeah. There we go. Oh, and here's a screenshot. Yeah. Yeah. Anyway, it's a big and positive step for academia for sure. I like to think so, Salamander. Yeah. And with that, we'll leave it there. And Cheerful Bloke, I'm glad you like that. Hall of the Mountain King's a good song. Yeah. Of course, our big news today is going to be about this purported new species of giant Tyrannosaur. But before we get to that, I don't think we're ready for a new Metazua game, are we? 59 minutes we have to wait. Ugh. Yeah, Hall of the Tyrant Lizard King. I like that, Steely Dan. Yeah. And, Atreides Minis. How are you doing? Welcome back to Paleontologizing. Yeah. We got kind of thrown off at the beginning of our stream because we had a power outage, and, their internet cut out for a minute. But yeah. Oh, Gimpleg wants to know, did Hesperornis have arms? It did, Gimpleg. Yeah. For those of you who are not familiar with Hesperornis, this is my answer anytime somebody asks me, Danny, what's your favorite ocean dinosaur? I say, well, the list is not very long for talking about Mesozoic oceanic dinosaurs. Hesperornis is one of the very few. This is an ocean-going flightless bird that lived during the late Cretaceous period here in North America. Places like Kansas and Nebraska, when those were underwater. And this is a dinosaur. I think when most people ask this question, what they mean is something like this. One of these critters. But not a single one of these is a dinosaur. All of these are different reptiles from different branches of the reptile family tree. Mosasaurs, for instance, here are lizards. A Dacosaurus here is a marine crocodile. Shonosaurus is an ichthyosaur, which we're not even totally sure where ichthyosaurs belong in the reptile family tree. We know they're not dinosaurs. You've got nothosaurs, and I forget this critter's name. You've got placodonts, and you've got... This is an annaliosaur? Who is this? Anyway, lots and lots of weird marine reptiles lived during the age of dinosaurs. Not a single one of these is a dinosaur. But this, Hesperornis, is a dinosaur because it's a bird. It had these super, super reduced forelimbs to the point where they're barely even there. It is very, very flightless. It's barely got arms at all, but it does have little vestiges of its arms. Its forelimbs. Let's take a look. Forelimb doesn't show up. But it's got extraordinarily short little arms. Little wings, I guess you could call them. This doesn't appear on the Wikipedia page, but give me a second. Let me see if I can find you. Which book do I have that would show this? I think I know. Dave Norman's Dinosaur Encyclopedia. Is it in the dinosaur section or the pterosaur section? It might be at the end of the dinosaurs section, talking about birds. Or it might be in the pterosaur section, next to, say, Pteranodon. Let's have ourselves a look here. To our Cretaceous pterosaurs. I remember there being an illustration of Baptornis in this book. Baptornis is a very close relative of Hesperornis. Where is that? Look at the Chirids. Here we go. There's some of them there. Yeah. But where's the illustration that I'm looking for? Darn. Marine reptiles, lizards and snakes. Like reptiles and contemporaries. Crocodiles. Other flying vertebrates. There we go. This is the one I was looking for. Yeah. See? I told you. They've got these tiny, tiny, tiny little wings right there. Extremely short wings that may or may not have been completely useless. Maybe they used them almost like diving planes on a submarine to help adjust the angle of the dive or help them steer or something. But they were probably on their way to just losing them entirely. These cool, flightless marine birds. Yeah. The caption says, Baptornis. This toothed diving bird from the Kansas Niobrara chalk was closely related to Hesperornis, which was recognized by O.C. Marsh in 1877. Had a long neck, reduced wings. That's an understatement. Reduced wings. Those are barely even there. And large webbed feet that it used to propel itself through the water. Pretty cool. Pimpcat says, is that a dinosaur? Well, it's a bird, so yeah, it is a dinosaur, Pimpcat. Yes, indeed. Yeah. Good stuff. Yeah. The Caravan says, don't forget Archelon, big turtle. Yeah, another non-dinosaur marine reptile. That bird that you just saw is a dinosaur, but there are a lot of really cool oceanic creatures from the Mesozoic era that are not dinosaurs. Yeah. Horns fan says, why are there some states that are better for finding fossils than others here in the U.S.? That's a good question, Horns fan. We'll get into that. And Jody Fish says, would they qualify as canards on the Hesperornis? Maybe they would, Jody Fish. Like on, is it the Dassault Mirage? That fighter jet that's got the canards in the front? I always thought those were so cool looking. Here, give me a second. Let's look it up. Yeah. The Mirage 2000. Is that right, Claire? Here. Dassault Mirage 2000. No, this one doesn't have the... Maybe I'm misremembering. Canards on fighter jets. Yeah. So these, like, pre-wings in the front, like that. Maybe the wings on Hesperornis served a similar function in the water as those do in the air. So there's a Saab jet, the Vigen. Interesting. Yeah. In aeronautics, a canard is a wing configuration in which a small forewing or foreplane is placed forward of the main wing of a fixed-wing aircraft or a weapon. That's interesting. The term canard can maybe be used to describe the aircraft itself, the wing configuration, or the foreplane. Canard wings are also extensively used in guided missiles and smart bombs. Oof. Interesting stuff. Yeah. Oh. I saw this in Godzilla -1. It's got some canards. The XB-70 Valkyrie, very cool plane. Huge boondoggle, total waste of money, it seems. Su-34 with canards. An RF Typhoon. I didn't know the Typhoon had canards. That's interesting. Pretty cool. Yeah. The Tupolev 144 had those also. Oh, very cool. This was the Soviet knockoff of the what's it called? The Concorde. Yeah. Of Concorde fallacy fame. Yes. Interesting stuff. Yeah. But maybe diving plane would be a better analogy. Yeah, so diving planes. There's one on... I've been on this very submarine. That would be SS-287, the USS Bowfin. In Honolulu, Hawaii. Really, really famous, high-scoring American submarine during the Pacific War, World War II. Yeah, the Bowfin. But those are the diving planes right there, folded up along the sides. And, yeah, the bow planes in particular. Yeah, as the planes are a long distance fore and aft from the whole center of buoyancy, they introduce a pitching moment. Yeah. The position of the planes controls the pitch of the boat. With the forward motion of the boat, this controls depth. So when I was in Montana, I built a remote-controlled submarine, and it didn't have working ballast tanks. So the way that you would get it to dive was just by changing the inclination of the bow diving planes like that. So you would propel the submarine forward, and then by pitching the bow planes down, you would get the submarine to dive downward. And maybe that had some sort of a similar function in Hesperornis, perhaps? Although they didn't have a propeller in the back, they had these feet kicking out to the sides to propel them forward. Yeah. There we go.
And they are Hesperornis.
Here, this was one of those weird chopped and screwed videos where they... Here, let's try this. There we go.
By day, the prehistoric ocean provides opportunities for a very different type of hunter. In the warm, shallow seas of North America, fish numbers can almost match the nocturnal lanternfish shoal. And they are a magnet for 6-foot-long Hesperornis.
Yeah, very cool. Check that out. These birds were supremely well adapted to life in the sea. They had these hooked beaks with teeth in the beak.
To fly, but it's superbly adapted for ocean life.
Oh yeah, very cool. This music.
Large, powerful feet propel it with great agility. There's no escape for any unfortunate fish once it's caught by this beak, full of needle-sharp teeth.
Pretty cool. Not full of teeth. They actually don't have teeth at the front of the jaw, which is the front of the upper jaw, at least. Very cool. Hesperornis. It kind of reminds me of a modern bird. A loon. Check this out. So this is a bird that's alive today. It can fly. It is not as well adapted to life underwater as Hesperornis, but it is still pretty impressive how it works. Yeah. Hugan says, I'm sad Hesperornis is extinct. It would have been awesome to see it in real life. I agree, but you can still see loons. Yeah. Pretty neat. And Todd in Minnesota, you're probably familiar with these critters, aren't you? I think this might be your state bird, is the common loon. If memory serves. Yeah. And, Steely Dan says, cormorants do pretty much the same thing. Cormorants are different in the sense that they flap their wings underwater to propel themselves. Loons have these legs that stick out to the sides like this, that allow them to propel themselves through the water column. So here, I'll show you a cormorant swimming underwater, and it's very different. It's similar that they both dive underwater and pursue fish like that. But, yeah. There's a cormorant there. Or is that an anhinga? No, that's an anhinga. It's so cool to watch them like sculling like that. But where's the flapping? And Mary L63, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Alright, cormorants hunting underwater. Wait, where's the flapping wings? Am I totally wrong about this? Oh, that's exciting if true. Did I just learn something? Do cormorants actually also kick with their feet when they're pursuing fish? I thought they flapped. Oh, very cool. Shoot, I thought that was totally different. Like, yeah. Yeah, look at that. They do kick mostly under their body, rather than having their legs out to the sides. Cormorants, they can walk on land, and they do not look super clumsy doing it. But loons, on the other hand, can't really walk properly. Very cool. So, again, cormorant. I always thought that they flapped their wings underwater, like a penguin does. But yeah, that is really neat. So here's a loon. See how it kicks its feet out to the sides? Different from that of a cormorant, in that respect at least. But I guess they're both kick swimmers. Today I learned. Very cool. Really neat. And yeah, when they walk on land, they yeah, they really can't walk very well. They kind of have to just scoot their underside along. They can't really walk upright, to my knowledge. I've seen them hop before in videos, but yeah, they basically have to go like this. This one looks like a very young loon. It does not look mature. Maybe I can find you a better video. Maybe like this? Yeah, there you go. It's almost a frog-like motion. So there's an adult and two babies. Presumably that's mom right there. Yeah. Anyway, cool critters. There's a lovely video about these, actually. I might just have to ruin movies for you forever here. Even if you've never seen this bird in your life, chances are you have heard it. You've heard its call in movies. Check it out.
That's a loon. And right now, he's doing something called wailing. But this is probably not the first time you've heard that noise. Here it is in the movie 1917, as they enter the enemy trench.
In France, right?
In the third Harry Potter movie, as they climb out of the Whomping Willow.
In Middle Earth.
In Rick and Morty, when Rick uses his intergalactic toilet.
In a different galaxy,
You'll find
apparently.
it whenever a scene needs to feel a little moody.
Yeah.
They feared it.
Or eerie. Or just remind us that we're in the great outdoors. This specific bird call is all over movies and TV shows. But it really shouldn't.
There you go, Trend K, yeah. It is like the Wilhelm scream of bird calls. You know, and once you understand what it is, you start hearing it everywhere. And it can kind of ruin your immersion a little bit, unfortunately. Yeah.
If you ever find yourself on birder Twitter, you'll find a lot of angry tweets like these.
Which is probably almost extinct now, unfortunately. Twitter is really... It's really dying. It's so sad.
Can someone please tell movie makers that loons are not, in fact, the only bird out there?
Hello, I'm a nature scene in a movie. Doesn't matter whether it's habitat appropriate or not, I'm a common loon call.
Have you ever noticed loon calls in impossible locations in movies and TV? In a jungle?
Watching the movie Harriet, only 20 minutes in, but I'm giving them kudos. They were not lazy. No loon calls yet.
Can you read the first reply on that one?
Oh, myself? No, why, Harriet? At about the hour 20-minute mark, they throw in a calling loon.
That's Terry. He's a research geographer. But more importantly, he moves on Twitter and his blog as Dakota Birder. He mostly posts beautiful pictures of birds and points out when Hollywood uses their calls incorrectly.
As a birder, you just can't help but notice.
That's because the loon is a very particular.
And Grayly Rain, you look excited for that stream. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. Thanks for joining us.
Bird.
They're
also called divers because they're really good at diving, thanks to their dense bones and enormous feet. They're also good at something called penguin dancing and scooting across lakes at astonishing speeds.
Yeah.
This is a map of the common loon's range. They mostly stick to Canada.
That actually almost reminds me, we were talking about aircraft earlier. This scooting or hydroplane, it reminds me of something called an echronoplan.
They're also good at something called penguin dancing and scooting across lakes at astonishing speeds.
Yeah. Oh shoot. Another brief aside. But yeah. Check this out. Whoop. Nope.
This Soviet creation has been dubbed the Caspian Sea Monster. Its designers believe the Ecranoplan, a low-flying ground effect craft, could ultimately replace cargo ships and ferries.
Such a cool thing. Yeah. You familiar with this, Claire Burr?
More than 300 feet long and 130 feet high, the Ecranoplan was first sighted several years ago by U.S. spy planes as it participated in maneuvers outside Nizhny Novgorod, one of the most secretive cities of the Soviet Union during the Cold War.
Such a cool idea. A ground effect aircraft.
This 500-ton cargo craft can reach speeds in excess of 300 miles per hour while flying just 20 feet above the surface.
Yeah. Pretty neat. Pretty neat.
It's capable of carrying 50% more weight than a conventional cargo plane of the same size and uses half the fuel to do so.
Very, very efficient.
Aircraft ever designed. It's evident that the future of flight has the potential to be revolutionary as well as evolutionary.
I don't know what they mean by that, but yeah, interesting stuff, right? Apparently there are multiple companies today that are working on kind of updated versions of this. But yeah. Now it's rotting on a beach. You can see it on Google Earth. Oh shoot, high-tech low-life. That's a shame. Yeah. Yeah. Anyway, that's what this reminded me of here. Yeah.
This is a penguin dancing and scooting across lakes at astonishing speeds. This is a map of the common loon's range. They mostly stick to Canada.
And Grayly Rains is excited to find your channel. Well, hey, welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. We're going to be talking about some fossil news in just a few minutes here, but we're off on a tangent about loons and other diving aquatic birds like this, and this is just a fun video, so we're taking a look at this here. But in a couple minutes, we'll be talking about that newly described Tyrannosaur species. So stay tuned for that. Get back to it in a minute.
And the northern US, where there are plenty of lakes for them to hang out in. But they do migrate, passing through other US states on their way to winter along the coasts, as far down as Mexico. And here's a very unscientific map of all the places I found a common loon call in movies and TV.
I certainly wouldn't expect a common loon in Hawaii or in Bolivia or in South Africa.
And geographic location isn't the only thing Hollywood gets wrong. A loon might be found in California, but not during the summer, like Becky in Finding Dory.
Lads, meet Becky.
And unlike what this clip from the TV show Rome implies, you'd never find a loon in a desert.
No, they need water.
And quite a lot of it.
If you've ever seen a loon try to fly, it takes them a little while to get going.
They're actually really clumsy on land. So you also wouldn't find them in the Vietnamese jungle, like in the movie Platoon.
They were in Platoon? That's so funny. Oh, man.
There's this clip from Kubo and the Two Strings.
Golden heron,
Yeah,
Oh boy.
that happens a lot. It's one thing to, use the wrong bird call as a background noise. It's another to actually show a picture of the bird and use a wrong call.
And even if
Yeah.
those were loons, that movie takes place in Japan, which is at least on planet Earth, unlike Avengers Infinity War.
Oh
The
boy.
big baddie, Thanos. He returns to his home planet, and so they pan to an overview of the planet, and the first noise you hear is a common loon. It just ruined the moment.
Some credit this 1981 movie, On Golden Pond, as the first to use loon calls.
Interesting.
The loons.
Oh, look, I've spotted the loons.
So it's like with the Wilhelm scream, you know? Where was that film? The Charge at Feather River or something? Was the first one that used that? Yeah.
Yeah, I'll just fill my pipe.
Oh boy. Yeah. That film, I think, may have been the first to use that. That's where it gets the name, the Wilhelm scream. That character in the first shot there his name was Wilhelm, apparently. But apparently this is the genesis for the common loon call in Hollywood films. Interesting parallel there, you know? Yeah. Golganex says, my problem with the spooky/moody use of the loon call is, when I was a kid, our family vacationed at a little resort in northern Wisconsin. Nice. Walking along in the morning and hearing the loon calls coming off the lake was very cozy and comforting. Sorry, filmmakers. See, I appreciate that perspective, Golganek. That's cool. I hear it and I go like, wow. To me, it does almost feel cozy too, even if I haven't had the same experience as you. I don't know. People who think that it sounds spooky or creepy, like, I just don't understand that. You know? Yeah. Jerry Rick wants to know, are loons, grebes, and hesperornithids related? So hesperornithids are not related to either of them, because they went extinct. They left no descendants. But loons and grebes might be related to one another. Let's see here. Check out our Tree of Life. And let's look at the grebes. Oh, we will check out the grebes. Grebes. Apparently, grebes are related to flamingos. There's 6 living species of flamingos. But are loons anywhere close to them? Let's see. Loons. Loons or divers. Gaviformes. No, not closely related. That is interesting. I mean, they're not super far. But I guess the last time they had a common ancestor was 74.5 million years ago. So actually, yeah, no, I take it back. They are not closely related at all. If they diverged from each other before the KPG extinction, then you can't call them close relatives. Yeah. And who are penguins' closest relatives? Well, penguins are part of this group. Penguins. Sphenisciformes. Penguins are over here. And their closest relatives are things like shearwaters and petrels. Yeah. Albatrosses, shearwaters, and petrels are the closest living relatives of the penguins, apparently. Cool. Yeah. Oh, and it's, convergent evolution there, Ambervix. Puffins and penguins are not closely related, to my knowledge. I think puffins are related to, shoot, who are those guys? Skuas, I think? Let's see. Yeah, puffins are going to be way over here. Yeah. Atlantic puffin, horned puffin, tufted puffin, rhinoceros auklet. So yeah, auklets and skuas, please? Can I be right about this? That'd be nice. Yeah. Skuas and Jaegers are closely related to puffins. Yes, indeed. I got that right. Yeah. And Todd in Minnesota says, what are primates related to, dinosaur-wise? Nothing. No, primates are mammals. So they're from a totally different area of the tree of life, Todd in Minnesota. So primates are a kind of mammal. Yeah. They are going to be way over with other fuzzy placental critters. Primates are kind of placental mammal. And so in order to get to dinosaurs from primates, you've got to go out through here, through Eucaranta, and Euarchontoglira, which also includes rodents. So rodents are maybe the closest relatives to primates outside of primata. Them and tree shrews, like these guys. You get to tree shrews from primates, and then you go out a little bit further, and then tree shrews, primates, and rodents all share a common ancestor. You go out further than that, you get to Boroeutheria. You join up with the hedgehogs and the moles, and the ungulates and the bats. Further from that, you get out to placental mammals, which are all mammals that don't have a pouch and don't lay eggs. And then out from there, you also link up with the ones that do have pouches, like the marsupials, right there. Out further from there, you get to mammals in general. And there's the platypus and the echidna, the monotremes, who still lay eggs. And then you get to amniota. So this is where you link up with the branch that dinosaurs evolved from. And so the last time that mammals, like us primates, and dinosaurs shared a common ancestor would have been about 320 million years ago. And we were talking all about this group yesterday, the amniotes. These are all living reptiles, including birds, and mammals too. Together, this group is called the amniotes. If that makes sense. Yeah. But yeah, Todd in Minnesota says mammals were derived in the Triassic period. Yeah, so 252 million years ago would be the beginning of the Triassic, Todd in Minnesota, and that's not when mammals split from the rest of amniota. So you're kind of misunderstanding there. The split between mammals and reptiles happened earlier than that. There were mammal ancestors prior to 252 million years ago, and that's what we're talking about. The actual split within amniota is way earlier than that. Yeah. Does that make sense? Here, maybe, Here, we were talking about this yesterday, so I don't mean to retrace our steps too much. Yeah. I don't know if I'm going to be able to find that. Or find a different video. I don't want to repeat the same one that we were watching yesterday. Just search amniotes to see if we get really lucky, see if there's one that I didn't see yet. Well, I'll just give you a link to a video here. So there you go. You can watch that on your own time if you'd like to. But I'm not going to repeat it because we just watched it yesterday. Let's get back to loons real quick, where we were. Yeah. Does the tree also show if a group is threatened with extinction? Not a group, but a particular species. Yes, Tenerium. Yeah.
It just ruined the moment.
Yeah.
Some credit this 1981 movie, On Golden Pond, as the first to use loon calls.
The loons.
The loons.
Oh, look, I've spotted the loons.
It did feature a lot of loons, but they used them correctly.
Good for
It's set
them.
up north on a lake during the summer.
In Maine, yeah.
Really, it's hard to tell which film kicked off Hollywood's loon obsession, or when, but it's pretty easy to figure out why.
I mean, it is a scary sound. I mean, it's just weird. It's unusual.
I don't know if it's
In
weird.
some Algonquin lore, loons are messengers and supernatural companions to legendary hero Glooskap. In 1864, naturalist/philosopher Henry David Thoreau said the loon's call was singularly human. And in 1913, John Muir, another elaborately bearded naturalist/philosopher,
Yeah, if you grew up in California, chances are you learned about John Muir in high school, or in school, excuse me, prior to high school. He's like, you know, California's most famous native son, even though I think he was born in Scotland.
and in 1913,
But yeah.
John Muir, another elaborately bearded naturalist/philosopher.
Yeah, pretty well known, right? Yep, Tannery. My dad lives very, very close to where John Muir's house is. And so yeah, like I grew up going there on field trips and stuff. Yeah.
Strange, sad, mournful, and unearthly.
And there
the
you go, Displacer.
loons
Yeah,
aren't
John Muir
sad
Trail.
when they're
Yep.
wailing. They actually have 4 calls.
Oh, by the way, speaking of John Muir, there's a place north of San Francisco called Muir Woods, and a bunch of different movies have been filmed there. Including Return of the Jedi, The Forest Moon of Endor was
men that wore the Steadicam at Grizzly Creek Redwood State Forest in Cheltenham Grove. The
It's
original
right near
idea
Muir
was
Woods.
to film the chase sequences on dirt bikes and then use that footage sped up. But there's a problem with that, and that is the fact that dirt bikes aren't exactly the smoothest ride. The speeders float on air, which means they need to appear smoother than what an actual motorcycle would be. The solution was clever and somewhat old-fashioned. The cameraman was actually filming at 3/4 of a frame per second as the cameraman walked through Cheltenham Grove.
And is that Dennis Muren right there of Jurassic Park fame? I think it is. Yeah. And Garrett Brown, I'm not familiar with that name, but that's so cool that you know of Saggy Iguana. Very cool.
California with Steadicams.
Yeah. Anyway, Muir Woods, named after John
Now
Muir.
I'm currently using the Zion gimbal.
And Smokey McGruff, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Here is a link to this video if you'd like to watch more of it. But we got to continue our loon video. Got to finish this thing, you know? Yeah.
There's the hoot, the yodel, the tremolo, and the wail. These two are both used during stressful situations.
He invented the
when
Steadicam.
another
Oh,
bird
very
is
cool.
overstepping his bounds,
Saggy Iguana, yeah.
or when
Steadicam's
some
really
other threat
important.
is looming. If a loon ever looks at you like this, you should probably back away. The hoot is mostly for chatting to fellow loons up close. And the famous wail, it's basically just
nice,
the
Todd in
loon
Minnesota.
equivalent of a
Cool,
game
cool.
of Marco Polo. A way of saying, hey, where is everybody?
Huh.
But to human ears, even the calmest wail sounds remarkably melancholy. I'm no musician, so I enlisted a few of my coworkers to help explain why. Like Dave, who's editing this video, and Charlie, who hosts the podcast Switched on Pop, as well as Vox's creative director, Joe, who sent me this video of his interpretation.
Now let me show you what it looks like in Melodyne.
They helped me turn the loon wail into one of these, a chart showing pitch over time.
Very cool.
In this section, you can see that the loon makes a jump between 2 notes. In complicated musical terms, this interval is close to a major third, but it also bends into a minor third right at the end.
That's why it sounds
So
kind
it
of
starts in
melancholy,
major
maybe,
and
to
ends
some
in a
people.
minor, which is extremely funky.
And a loon doesn't just jump from note to note, like a lot of chirpy birds. Instead, the notes sort of slide into each other. A feature that Charlie pointed out you'll also hear in blues and soul music. Singers like B.B. King and Muddy Waters, and songs like Feeling Good by Nina Simone.
Interesting.
So it's no wonder the loon whale is Hollywood.
You got to appreciate the choice of lyrics there. From all of the sound clips they could have chosen, they picked this one.
And songs like Feeling Good by Nina Simone.
Birds flying high, you know how I feel.
Exquisite. And welcome, Mary L63. It's good to have you here.
So it's no wonder the loon whale is Hollywood's favorite bird call. It's a shortcut to a feeling, enhancing a moment's melancholy or tension or sheer remoteness.
On the few occasions that I have heard it in real life, it really is unforgettable. It's just so unlike any other bird call. It's hard that first time you hear it not to have, goosebumps. It just is such a haunting, unusual sound.
There is a lot more to learn about loons. They return to the same lake year after year. They do this weird foot waggle, and nobody knows why. And they carry their cute, fluffy babies on their backs. And their populations are dwindling due to pollution, human disturbance, and climate change. According to one model, the loon is on track to lose about half of its range by 2080. If you want to learn more about loons, or what you can do to help protect them, I've linked some organizations devoted to their conservation in the description of this video.
And here is a link to said video right there in the chat for you. Yeah. Good stuff. Me, appreciate you, Golganek. That's really good. But yeah. Anyway, gotta love loons. Gotta love birds in general. And these the reason we started talking about loons, for those of you who are just joining us now, we were talking about these cool flightless birds from the Cretaceous period called Hesperornis. These are pretty much the only ocean-going dinosaurs. The only oceanic dinosaurs from the age of the dinosaurs. So people say, Danny, what's your favorite ocean dinosaur from way back then? I said, well, Hesperornis is like your only choice. These other critters that a lot of people think of when they think of like ocean dinosaurs, not a single one of these is a dinosaur. You've got marine crocodiles, marine lizards, plesiosaurs and ichthyosaurs, placodonts and nothosaurs. Not a single one of these is a dinosaur. They're all from different branches of the reptile family tree. Not even close to dinosaurs, any of them. Yeah. And Chris TS, are those the precursor to the penguin line? These guys are not. They all went extinct. Actually, except for... Yeah, these all went extinct. And the Hesperornithids, like these guys, also went extinct too. They left no descendants. They were a dead end. Not by any fault of their own, there is a giant rock from outer space the size of San Francisco that slammed into the Gulf of Mexico and caused a mass extinction at the end of the Cretaceous period that drove these guys into extinction. It was like maybe 80% of all other life on Earth died out too. So, yeah. It was only the meek and small that survived for the most part, including our ancestors. Oh, yeah. Anyway, yeah. Good stuff. Anyway, we've got an ad break going right now, or else I would jump right into our fossil news. Tanerium says, what is the ratio? You mean the ratio of extinction to non-extinction? We're still kind of figuring that out. Because the fossil record, it's not super well studied everywhere. And even when it is, there are gaps in our knowledge, there's gaps in the fossil record. But this is a pretty good approximation. This is not published yet, so it might be modified in the future before it is published, but this gives you an approximation for, like, the percent extinction rate for each of these groups 66 million years ago when that asteroid hit. 100% of the non-bird dinosaurs died out. 90% of our mammal ancestors died out. Or 90% of mammals died out. This may or may not be restricted to North America, or maybe global. I'm not sure. I have to ask. But 92% of lizards and snakes, 40% of freshwater fishes, but only 22% of turtles, 22% of salamanders and newts. And the big winners, I guess, the crocodilians and the champsosaurs, only 20% of their species died out. So yeah. Can I get a whoop whoop for my turtle friends? There you go, Javasaurus, yeah. Yeah. So yeah. Physics says only about 1% of species leave a fossil record. It depends on how you count it, physics. Are we talking about... like, how carefully are you counting the species of nematodes and amoebas and bacteria and everything? Because if that's the case, it's probably like 0.001% of species leave fossils. But if you restrict it to, like, vertebrate animals, then it's maybe like, I don't know, might be like 50% of species leave fossils or more. It depends. It totally depends on the depositional environment as well. When you make, like, big, broad generalizations like that, you are inevitably going to be wrong. Because nature doesn't... I don't know. Living organisms don't play by the rules as in the same way that, like, physical particles do in physics. As Jack's Facts can tell you. Jack's Facts, how are you doing and how was your stream? I hope it was excellent. Jack, what did you get up to? What were you talking about? I want to hear about it. Jack's Facts streams about animals. Often talks about. And Manozul, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Often talks about different groups of animals. Go give him a follow if that sounds interesting to you. And Spartan, thank you for those 10 gift subs there. Thank you, Spartan. Speaking of animals, look at this lovely Tinamou bird. Very excited for those 10 gift subs. Very excited. Uh-oh, too excited.
So Spartan Zero is overloading the system with 10 gift subs.
Holy cow, Spartan. Thank you very, very much for those 10 gift subs. There are 10 chatters who I'm sure are very, very grateful as well. Thank you for supporting this channel. Thank you for being so generous, Spartan. I appreciate you. Good stuff. Good stuff. Yeah. Oh dear, says Spartan. Tinamous are another cool bird that we could go down another tangent talking about them, but we've got a new species of Tyrannosaur to discuss, so we should get into that. And Physics says, well, it might be obvious, but I tend to lean more on physics. Yeah, in physics things... My impression as a non-physicist is that in physics things tend to be more mathematical. More kind of neat and tidy. You can actually come up with equations which will describe certain phenomena, and the reality of physics will hew pretty well to those, for the most part. Not so in biology, and especially not so for paleontology. It's a lot more complicated. You've got a zillion times more variables. And, yeah. Tends to be a lot messier. With my personality and my, particular proclivities, that sort of thing doesn't bother me. But I've spoken with physicists before, and some of them are like terrified by that idea. Whereas with me, if something can be described by a neat and tidy equation, it's like, it almost becomes far less interesting to me. It's just like a personal preference kind of a thing, you know? The gray areas and the gradients and kind of those messy edge cases are things that I find really fascinating, and that's a big part of what paleontology is all about. Oh yeah. Naderfiend says, biology is really just chemistry, and chemistry is really just physics, so everything is physics. A philosopher would say, well, physics is just applied philosophy, you know? And a linguist would say, well, you know, philosophy is just applied linguistics. And, you know, a neurologist would say, well, you wouldn't know anything about linguistics is just, you know, our internal biochemistry, our neurology brings that about. So you could say that about anything, you know? Yeah. But it is kind of true that physics is an underpinning thing, and it's kind of like, it's a lot of this stuff at its simple and most basic, and then you build on it from there. Applied physics is chemistry. Applied chemistry is biology or geology. And applied geology and biology together is paleontology. So, yeah. And Amber Vic says, also physics at its base is just math, and logicians would say, well, math is just applied logic. So, yeah. Anyway, we can get into all kinds of stuff like this, but what we're going to get into right now is Tyrannosaurs. So let's go ahead and do that. The big news that many of you may have heard is that there was just published yesterday a new species of giant tyrannosaur from New Mexico. This headline is misleading. It wasn't just discovered in New Mexico. It was actually discovered long ago, and it was considered another Tyrannosaurus specimen. But these authors are claiming that this is a new species of Tyrannosaurus. So let's talk about it. Here, maybe we'll find... Hang on a minute. There we go. Yeah. The discovery of Tyrannosaurus mcraeensis, not Tyrannosaurus rex, but Tyrannosaurus mcraeensis. They're calling it a sister species of T-Rex. Suggests that Tyrannosaurid dinosaurs originated on Laramidia. Laramidia is the western part of North America at the end of the Cretaceous period. That stretched from modern-day Alaska to Mexico. So, let's lay some groundwork here so we understand our terms and you know where we're coming from. Here we go. So, you're probably aware already that the continents on our planet Earth are not fixed, but they move around. Continental drift is what we call that. And so about 90 million years ago, this is what North America looked like. So today, this is a fairly obscure country called, I believe it's called USA. It's kind of nestled between Mexico and Canada. But USA, 90 million years ago, was not a contiguous landmass. There was a warm, shallow sea that ran across it like this, bisected it. Yeah. We call this the Western Interior Seaway. We call this Appalachia over here. And we call this Laramidia over here. I was kidding about the USA thing for anybody who, sometimes some people need help with interpreting jokes. I was joking about that. This is, the United States of America today. So no joke. This is called the Western Interior Seaway. And this, ancient subcontinent over here, we call this Appalachia. This one to the west, we call Laramidia. And so the Western Interior Seaway expanded and contracted at various points throughout the late Cretaceous period. We're talking between about 100 million years ago and then the end of the Cretaceous 66 million years ago. This Western Interior Seaway grew and shrank. Sea levels rose and they fell. And it's just a continuously changing thing. But over here in North America, we've got all of these different dinosaurs that have been discovered over the past 150 years, basically. Dinosaurs like Tyrannosaurus and Triceratops. Dinosaurs like Daspletosaurus and Gorgosaurus, Styracosaurus, Edmontosaurus, Ankylosaurus, etc. A bunch of these classic North American dinosaurs from the Cretaceous are from Laramidia. Comparatively fewer dinosaurs have been found in Appalachia. A lot of them lived over here, but there's not very many good places to look for fossils in this part of North America nowadays. A lot of this stuff is covered by forests or by Walmart parking lots. There's not a lot of beautiful exposed bedrock on the surface to look for fossils in. If you're in New Jersey or if you're in Wisconsin was also glaciated, so that's another story. Or if you're in Pennsylvania, you're not. A few dinosaurs have been found here, but it's not a good place to look for dinosaurs nowadays. They lived there, but they're super hard to find. Not so for Western North America. We've got all kinds of territory that basically looks like this. Or this. Or this. That is where you find fossils. This is where you find dinosaur fossils, in particular. It's easiest to find in areas like that. And so now you know a thing or two about Laramidia, and you understand why Western North America is such a hot spot for fossils. So let's continue with the article here, and then we'll look at the original scientific paper in a bit, and we'll look at what some paleontologists have been saying about it too. Tyrannosaurid dinosaurs were the dominant predators in North America and Asia during the late Cretaceous epoch, said Dr. Sebastian Dahlmann, the New Mexico Museum of Natural History and Science, and his colleagues. Evolving from small-bodied ancestors in the mid-Cretaceous, I'm not totally sure about that, they became apex predators in the latest Cretaceous, finally saw the appearance of T-Rex. T-Rex, Tyrannosaurus rex, characterized by a robust skeleton and powerful bone-crushing jaws, was the dominant carnivore in the late Maastrichtian of Western North America. And so what he means by that is, let me walk you through geologic time here. This is a chart showing, different spans of geologic time here. It's a time chart. We are right up here at the top. If I go back to logarithmic time, or no scaling maybe, we are today up in the Holocene epoch, 0 million years ago. But this is really misleading. I mean, look how long the Quaternary period is compared to the Cretaceous. If you want to actually get a good sense of scale here, you got to move to linear time. So, or would logarithmic time be even better? no. Objectively, no. Yeah. Here, the Holocene, where we're at today, it's within the black pixels at the top of the chart here. It doesn't even show up. It's the present, you know? You go back 66 million years, you get to the very end, or the very beginning of the Cenozoic era. The age of mammals. And then 66 million years ago is when that asteroid hit, like we were talking about. You go past that, you get into the Cretaceous period. The heyday of the dinosaurs. Tyrannosaurus rex, good old T-Rex, is known from the Maastrichtian stage of the Upper Cretaceous period. So T-Rex is from the very, very end of the age of dinosaurs. From the Upper Maastrichtian, really. Between, like, 68 and 66 million years ago. So the very, very end of the age of dinosaurs. The age of dinosaurs goes back to... The first dinosaurs evolved in, like, the Middle Triassic. Like, close to 240 million years ago, we think. But T-Rex is from the very end. This new Tyrannosaurus species that they're claiming, they say it comes from the Campanian-Maastrichtian boundary. So from very near the top, but about 6 million years before Tyrannosaurus evolved. That's what they're claiming. Their dates are a little bit hazy on it, and we'll talk about why. But yeah. Yeah. And Oops Kaput says, where's the Jurassic? It's before the Cretaceous. So, Cretaceous, you go back in time, you get to the Jurassic. And before that is the Triassic. So Triassic is first, then Jurassic, then Cretaceous. Does that make sense? Yeah.
Dig up dinosaurs?
Wow.
Articulate Reptile, thank you.
Reptile and their 7 raiders wanna know what it's like.
Thank you for the raid, Articulate Reptile. How was your stream? I hope it was really good. How are you? Welcome back to Paleontologizing. We are talking about a brand new, well, supposedly brand new species of Tyrannosaur. Supposedly brand new species of Tyrannosaurus, Joanna, so I'm glad you're here. Anyway, Articulate Reptile, thank you for bringing your folks over, and I hope you had a wonderful stream. I appreciate the raid. Yeah. Codmo says, and they say young Earth creationists are messed up with measuring the Earth's age? What do you mean, Codmos? No, of course they are. Young Earth it's like believing that the Earth is flat. It's completely bonkers. Like, no one in the scientific world takes that seriously. Creationists, young Earth creationists, if you think that the Earth is only 6,000 years old, like, I'm sorry, but I'm just being genuine with you here. I'm not gonna, you know, I'm gonna tell you like it is. It's like trying to measure the distance between New York City and San Francisco and saying, oh yeah, that's 5 meters. You know, instead of, what, like 4,500 miles or something like that? 4,500 kilometers? I forget. But anyway, it's just so incredibly incorrect that it's just bonkers, you know? It's wrong by so many orders of magnitude. Yeah. Anyway. And Indo says, this new Tyrannosaurus to me holds a lot more water than the 3 species of Rex, Regina, and Imperator. I don't know, Indo. I think they all might all be kind of part of a continuum. I think Greg Paul made some really interesting points with his paper on Tyrannosaurus Rex, Tyrannosaurus Regina, and Tyrannosaurus Imperator. I know other paleontologists have not adopted those ideas, but I think there's definitely going to be some evolution of T-Rex happening, or Tyrannosaurus as a genus happening. but we need more specimens to be able to actually say anything in particular about that. I think those might be what we call chronospecies. I think in order to say that there's definitely, like, branching events and that these are, like, definitely different, like, you had a speciation event anywhere happening, I think you've really got to demonstrate that with some serious fossil evidence. I think the more parsimonious answer is that this is just a continuous population of animals slowly changing over time. And I think this new one might very well be part of that. Especially if it is from very, very early in the Maastrichtian or even in the late Campanian, you know? Yeah. But yeah. And Salamander says, but didn't the 3 named species fail to meet his own criteria for defining them as different species? That's the thing, is that we don't have hard and fast criteria for defining new species. You know, in Mesozoic dinosaurs. It is shockingly arbitrary. It kind of comes down to a matter of opinion in a lot of cases. Especially when you have, like, members of the same family. So yeah. The new species holds up a bit. I mean, we'll see about that, Indo. Yeah, we'll see. Sorry, I don't mean to jump down your throat about that. I'm really glad you're here, and this is fun talking about this. It'll be interesting to see what other people who work on Tyrannosaurs have to say about this. And there are some findings in the paper that I disagree with pretty strongly. In this new paper. But it's understandable considering who the authors are and their kind of philosophy about some of these things. So yeah. Physics says, do you ever discuss the great unconformity? Which one, Physics? What do you mean? There's so many different unconformities in the fossil record, in the geologic record. Are you talking about one of the ones in the Grand Canyon, maybe? Yeah. And Indo says, no, it's fun having a small debate and seeing other people's opinions. Paleontology isn't black and white. Exactly, Indo. Exactly. Yeah. But yeah. And Sloppy Salamander says, yeah, I'm realizing how bizarrely nebulous the term species is in the reading of the evolutionary paleobiology class. That you've been doing, Salamander? Cool. Yeah. At Nader Fiend, we do not have any evidence for hybridization among dinosaurs. You would have to have much more granular data on, like, a much better understanding of what different species are before you could ever find, like, hybridization events. Yeah. But yeah. And Physics says 800 million or 1.5 billion. Yeah, the one in the Grand Canyon, that's a local thing, Physics. The Grand Canyon is incredible because you have deposition for such a long period of time. You have rocks being laid down, and then it stops for a while, and then it starts back up again. And it's... I mean, it's amazing we have as much as we do. In most places, you have much bigger unconformities than that, or you don't have nearly as long a rock record. If anything, the Grand Canyon is remarkable for its continuity, if that makes sense. But yeah.
Hemorrhoids where? In their anus. Rectum.
Let's see here. What was I looking for? Oh, yeah. Let's talk about species concepts. What makes a species a species? Yeah, here, we've watched this video before. But we'll take a look
Classifying
again.
things is kind of like Pokemon.
Oh boy, it's really not. I was just thinking about this today. It would be interesting to make like a YouTube video, like how Pokemon ruined people's understanding of biology. But yeah.
It appeals to our instinct to collect and identify.
It does,
The fact that we
yeah.
have a classification system is super useful for scientists. I mean, it shows how every type of organism we know is connected to all the others.
And Diatom's attack. Oh no. Diatoms, we've talked many times about how I think people's, especially people on Twitch, their concept of what evolution is was kind of molded by Pokemon, which is why I made this. What Pokemon calls evolution is actually ontogeny. Ontogeny. Changes through an organism's individual lifespan. Ontogenetic changes. Ontogeny. So, evolution doesn't happen while you're alive. It doesn't. Ontogeny. That's ontogeny. Evolution is descent with modification. It is your offspring are a little bit different from you, and their offspring are a little bit different from them. Evolution occurs across different generations, you know? You're a little bit different from your parents, and your parents are a little bit different from your grandparents, etc. That's evolution. And I know you know this, Diatom's attack, obviously, but, yeah. Yeah. And Trappy Jenkins says, if you're lucky, you evolve emotionally and mentally. That's not evolution, though. Not in the scientific sense. That's personal development. That's, you know, growing and learning every day. It's not evolution. Evolution is a very specific definition, and yeah. Yeah. But yeah, and Nader Fiend says, I'm a little shaky on epigenetics, but isn't that evolution happening when you're alive? Not really. Epigenetics is basically just evolution across generations that's not necessarily coded for in a gene specifically. Epigenetics is more like how genes get expressed in the next generation. Does that make sense? Yeah. So yeah. And Triceratops, you are very correct. Viruses and bacteria do evolve in our lifetime. But that's just because they have really short generational times. That evolution is still happening between their generations, you know? When you're born...
That gives the history of life its very quirky, fortuitous...
Kaya in the sky.
...fancy character. We are literally here only because of the good fortune of dinosaur extinction.
Thank you for the 7 months of support, Kaya in the sky. I really appreciate that. Thank you. Good stuff. Yeah. But yeah. I love this. This stream is an endless string of parentheses trying to explain one initial concept. Yeah, oops kapoots. That's how it goes, though. That's how science is. You know? When you're doing science education, that's often how it goes. And now I've just lost my train of thought. My train of thought has jumped its tracks. We were talking about... Oh, yeah. Here. Let's see. So apparently this was a joke, and a lot of people didn't realize it was a joke, including me, when it came out. But, yeah, apparently this is a joke. But this gal says, I got plastic surgery so my kids would inherit my new nose. That's not how it works. You know, you've got your genes that are inherited from your parents. And maybe those are copied imperfectly. They're always copied imperfectly. You're going to have a few mutations in there. And that's evolution. But if one of your thumbs gets bitten off by a crocodile, that doesn't mean that your children are going to have 9 fingers. You know? If you lose an eye, that doesn't mean that your children, your offspring, will only have 1 eye. That's not how it works, you know? So I think most people have some idea of how heredity works, you know? Yeah. And then we have epigenetic inheritance to throw everything off. Yeah, but that's... Yeah, science streams. It's... I don't mean to minimize the importance of epigenetic inheritance, but it's kind of a smaller scale. But yeah, Lamarckian evolution is that idea, Triceratops. Yes, that like, let's see. Yeah, Lamarckian evolution, like Jean-Baptiste Lamarck, like an early scholar of natural history. He thought that animals had this kind of inherent life force in them where they're like constantly striving in certain directions and they change during their lifespan. And, you know, if a giraffe stretches and stretches and stretches its neck, that means its offspring will have longer necks. And we now know that's not how it works. There are a few like super minor things that happen like that, and it's mostly due with like how genes can get expressed, but it's not going to be like you'll develop a longer neck because your parents were stretching their necks. You know? If you go to the gym and work out a whole bunch, that doesn't mean that your offspring are going to come out and they're going to be super buff. It's just not how it works, you know? So yeah. Yeah. And not the bees. Oh boy. Korea sounds like such a dystopia like that, you know? Sorry, but it does. Yeah. That doesn't, I'm quitting the gym, says Diatom's Attack. Yeah. Yeah. Anyway, if any of you are not yet following Diatom's Attack, you are missing out. Wonderful chill streams, great sense of humor, and like science streams, he is also a real, breathing, living, working scientist who streams here on Twitch. So go check out Diatom's Attack. Does a lot of work on the microscope, looking at things like diatoms.
The odds of this happening are so slim they are impossible to calculate.
Oops, kapoots.
Then on top of that, to actually find the fossil makes the world of the dinosaur hunter the world of the long shot.
Thank you for the 6 months of support, Oops Kapoots. I really appreciate you. Thanks for keeping me here on the air for that long. Thank you, thank you. I'm only partially breathing right now. Diatom's Attack appears to be estivating at the moment. Metabolism largely halted.
You're feeling a bit cheated.
Probably due to adverse conditions.
Chew.
Gesundheit, Science Streams. Thank you for those 100 bits. I appreciate that. Can we get a shout out for Science Streams as well? Yeah. And bronchitis, I thought you were joking, Diatom's Attack. I'm sorry. Shoot, I hope you feel better soon. That's really lousy. I hope you're taking care of yourself, Diatom's Attack. Shoot. A lot of people are getting sick right now. It's not fun. I'm old. I'll probably make it through. I know you will, Diatom's Attack. And, I was going to say you'll be stronger for it, but that's not a guarantee. We look forward to your recovery and your streaming on Twitch again.
Where's my 1-year raptor claw then?
Knife Clan, thank you for the 12 months of support. Holy cow, do I appreciate that, Knife Clan. 1-year raptor claw, then. It's still being used by a raptor in your neighborhood. Probably swooping down on some pigeons or going after neighborhood squirrels. By raptor, you meant a bird of prey, right? Knife Clan, I appreciate you. Thank you for the 12 months of support. Anyway. Let's get back to the video here. Let's talk about what a species is, first of all. Because in order to be able to actually discuss this paper and really understand it, we've got to cover some basic concepts here.
Classifying living things is kind of like Pokemon. It appeals to our instinct to collect and identify. And the fact that we have a classification system is super useful for scientists. I mean, it shows how every type of organism we know is connected to all the others. We've mapped out all of life in one giant chart. It's amazing when you think about it. But deciding how to classify a new type of organism often isn't simple, especially when it comes to assigning it a species.
Yep, a species. Neonza says, my best understanding is it's whenever humans draw the line. So that's the thing, is that species are, I don't know, as opposed to every other like taxonomic rank in biology, species are the most real out of all of them. Like, they actually reflect something interesting and cool going on in nature. But even that is a little bit wishy-washy, and we'll be talking about it. Sometimes it's really wishy-washy. But it is confusing, yeah.
In some cases, it's obvious when two things should be separate species. A jellyfish clearly is very different from a jaguar.
And Tyrannosaurus is clearly a very different... Tyrannosaurus rex is clearly a very different species than Triceratops prorsus, for instance. Like, different critters. That is really, really easy to say. But the closer you get, the more closely related they are, the more squishy it gets, and the more difficult it is to draw the line.
But the more similar organisms get, the harder it can be to sort them. There's no one rule that will always tell you whether two organisms should be in the same species. So different taxonomists...
And there might be some clever, well-educated people in the chat who'd be like, well, you know, but if species can interbreed, then that means they're the same species. It's like, well, no, that also falls apart sometimes too, as we'll talk about. It really is squishy. And I recognize that this is an uncomfortable concept for some people, for sure. But that's the thing, is that there's always messy gray areas within biology, and especially within paleontology. So yeah. And Not the Bee says, has there ever been a case when a distinct hybrid capable of reproduction returns to its original species over time? Yes. Not the Bees, yes. Yeah. You're looking at one. We as human beings are a hybrid. At least... I think it might be true of every human being on the planet, but there is a hybridization event or series of events. There was a period of time when a lot of hybridization was going on between Homo sapiens and Homo neanderthalis. Neanderthals. And there are certain people that have a high percentage of Neanderthal DNA. I'm one of them. I'm within like the 99th percentile or something like that, according to 23andMe test. Maybe it was Ancestry.com, I forget. But the point is, I've got a lot of Neanderthal DNA. And Neanderthals and humans, Homo sapiens, that's us, and Homo neanderthalis, we split at one point. Became, I guess you could say, different species. And then there was some interbreeding that happened before that became impossible. Interbreeding can become impossible between recently diverged species if they just become too different. There can be various physical or genetic or chromosomal things that happen, mutations that occur, that mean that they can't interbreed anymore. It just doesn't work. Or it could become impossible to interbreed anymore because one of them goes extinct, and that's what happened with Neanderthals. Their only living legacy, I guess, is within folks like me, who have a small part of our genome that's derived from Neanderthals. So yeah. And Physics says, and Denisovans. The only real record we have of Denisovans is from our own genetic anomalies. There you go, Physics, yeah. Yeah. And high-tech low life, my coworkers say that explains a lot. We've got that in common. Yeah. So yeah. Some Austronesians have up to 6% of their DNA from Denisovans. Wow, that's cool, Naderview. Huh. And you're 1% Neanderthal. Is that right, Caravan? Huh. But yeah. Tried getting my niece into Dinosaur Train and I started singing the theme song. Uh-oh, womp womp. That's dangerous stuff. It's almost as bad as Baby Shark. Sorry, everyone. But yeah. Anyway, hybridization and species concepts. It's gonna get wild and woolly here, everybody, so buckle up.
Different rules in different situations. The most widespread definition of a species is called the biological species concept, or BSC.
It's probably the one you learned in school.
By evolutionary biologist Ernst Mayr in 1942.
Yeah.
He continued to refine the idea over the next several decades. According to the BSC,
hey, Sparky Pugwash, welcome, welcome.
The same species if they can produce offspring that can also breed. If they can't produce fertile offspring, that means they belong to separate species. The BSC hinges on the idea of reproductive isolation, where something separates two species to the point that they're not compatible anymore. That separation could be time, or geography, or behavior, or physiology. Alder and willow flycatchers used to be considered part of the same species because they meet up in the wild, they look the same, and it seems like they should be able to breed. But ornithologists eventually realized they're totally different species. They sing different songs to attract different mates, so alder flycatchers never try to mate with willow flycatchers. They're reproductively isolated. A species is therefore basically a gene pool, one that doesn't overlap with the gene pools of other species.
And so that makes sense for a lot of living animals, and hopefully that's intuitive enough, but can anybody foresee a problem with this when looking at fossil organisms? Why might this be a little bit tricky when we're talking about extinct critters? Any guesses? Yeah. I'm seeing a lot of correct answers here. Yes. If you typed into chat or were thinking that, well, shoot, with fossil animals, we can't tell if they could breed or not, if they could interbreed because, well, A, they're dead, and B, we can't even examine their genetic codes because we don't have DNA from them either, then yeah, you're totally right about that. Yeah. Yeah, there are very, very few exceptions to this rule, actually. Let's see. This is actually the only one I can think of off the top of my head. Some fossil turtles. We can be pretty sure that these are the same species, because they died while they were mating. This is extraordinarily rare. This is the only case I can think of in the vertebrate world. Maybe there are examples of this within invertebrates. Diatoms attack, maybe there's planktonic examples of this kind of thing. But yeah. So yeah. Anyway, it's, for the most part, we don't have stuff like this. So all that we can do is look at morphology in fossils.
That's a good, rigorous scientific definition. It can be tested and observed in the wild. But there are lots of cases where it doesn't work, like with microorganisms.
Yeah, shoot.
Bacteria, for example, don't reproduce sexually. They can share genetic material with each other, but it's not part of the reproductive process. So reproductive isolation is totally irrelevant, and a scientist looking to classify a new species of bacteria can't rely on the BSC. Instead, they might look at genetics, at the shape of the microorganisms and the way they grow, and at their evolutionary relationships to other organisms.
And so a species for a bacterium, like that's going to have a different kind of connotation than a species for a vertebrate animal, like, for instance, a tyrannosaur. You know? They've got a different mode of reproduction. And so again, things get squishy and interesting there. You know? This is like we were talking about earlier, how paleontology is very different from a field like physics, you know? There's going to be a lot of gray areas, a lot of uncertainty, a lot of interpretation. I think that's really cool, but not everybody jives with that, you know? Yeah.
You also can't use the BSC to classify fossils, since you can't exactly observe the mating behavior of a skeleton preserved in rock.
Except you can, like, when you can, like with those turtles. But that's the only example I can think of there. He's right about this.
Sometimes you get unbelievably lucky and two specimens are preserved while they're mating, but that's way too rare to be definitive about which animals mated with which other ones. That's why paleontologists usually use morphology, or the physical characteristics of a creature, to classify it. Then there's the issue of hybrids, where creatures that should be part of separate species mate. When two species hybridize, there are a number of things that can happen. Often, even if they produce offspring, the offspring are sterile. That's what happens when you cross a female horse and a male donkey, for example. The offspring are mules, and mules can't breed. But sometimes two species can produce fertile offspring, and biologists have found that animal species hybridize way more often than we used to think. If the offspring go on to mate with their parental species, it's called introgression. It provides a means for gene flow between two species, meaning their gene pools aren't totally isolated. So, does that mean that you have to revoke their status as separate species? Scientists haven't settled that question yet, but some think the barriers between species are much leakier than the biological species concept allows. Sometimes this leakiness can lead to two groups being classified as subspecies within a single species. Subspecies give you a little wiggle room. Sometimes organisms overlap geographically and can share genes. In cases like these, subspecies means we know that they can share genes. It's just that they usually don't. Then
yeah, then there's ring species. It's a whole other thing. But yeah. And Nyanza says examining morphology only goes so far a lot. Well, sometimes it's all we have, you know? One of my bio professors said that because of DNA testing, a lot of taxonomic charts may be completely changed. A lot of taxonomic charts have changed completely, Nyanza. Absolutely, yeah. There are a lot of cool examples of this just within mammals, for instance. Shoot. Within mammals, we have this group that we used to call, insectivora. The insectivores. Yeah. Where we thought that critters like moles, and hedgehogs, and tenrecs, and, some other critters like this, we thought they were all related to each other. And it turns out, they're not.
Throughout the history of zoology, animals have been grouped together in a variety of different ways, using a variety of different metrics.
Well, this is good. I've never seen this channel before.
Have given validity to these groupings, but there have also been several instances in which they've resulted instead in them becoming obsolete. In this series on my channel, I want to spend some time looking at many of these defunct clades of animals. Today we'll be looking at one particular order.
Yeah, there's a sengi there.
So widely used throughout the ages that even today it's well known throughout the field, that being Insectivora. As the name suggests, this grouping contains various different small insect-eating mammals, such as shrews and hedgehogs. Now,
do you think dinosaurs are put together correctly? The bones. You're smart. What do you think?
Do a research on that, Oliver.
I never.
Holy Goat, thank you for the follow. The follow, the sub, and the Holy Goat. Thank you for clicking that follow button. It's good to have you here. Welcome to Paleontologizing. I hope you stick around. I like your name. Good to have you. And Risa Degu. Thank you for the raid. I appreciate it, Risa Degu. Welcome back. How did your stream go? I hope it was good. It's George St. Geeglin and Gil Faison there. Miles, or Emily, yeah. Oh, hello to you too. And Holy Goat says Paleo undergrad at ETSU. Where is ETSU? But, very, very cool, Holy Goat. Well, shoot. I'm glad you're here. Oh, it's frozen. We're having trouble with that other camera. Here, give me a second here. Let's fix that. There we are. Yeah. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Shoot, my name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist. And I'm here on Twitch doing science outreach. I'm not out doing fieldwork right now because it's not the summertime, but during the summer, I'm out digging dinosaurs. And Sleepy-Sore, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's great to have you here. Thank you for joining us. Holy cow. Yeah. And East Tennessee State University. I love a state school, holy goat. I went to Montana State for undergrad. It's good to have you here. Yeah. Yeah, check out the YouTube page if you want to see our fieldwork streams. This summer, I was working with a crew out in Wyoming in the late Cretaceous Almond Formation. We got at least 2 new species of dinosaur from there. And then later on, I was working in the earliest Cretaceous Cedar Mountain Formation of eastern Utah with the Utah Geological Survey with Jim Kirkland, the state paleontologist of Utah. We had at least 1 new species of dinosaur from there this summer that we were digging up. But yeah, check out the YouTube page if you want to see those recordings. It was a ton of fun. Anyway, yeah. But I'm glad you're here, Holy Goat. Do you have a particular interest? A specialty? Something you're particularly jazzed about in paleontology? I'd love to hear about it. Yeah. And you may have led Sleepy here? Well, I appreciate that, Amish Andy. I really do. Thank you. The preparation is going well on those fossils, Salamander. Yes. Ethan's been telling me about that a little bit, and we should have an update on that soon, I hope. I want to bring Ethan Cowgill back on as an interviewee sometime in the next few months. So we'll be talking about that. Just you wait. Yeah. Anyway, we're talking, well, let's go over this a little bit more. Before we get back into this bit of fossil news here, we're first talking about what the word species means and how we identify it in the fossil record and controversies surrounding it, differences of opinion and that kind of thing. So we were talking about species concepts in biology, and then that got us into defunct groups, like insectivorous. So let's continue with this just a little ways further, and then we'll go back. You know, this is like Inception. We're several layers deep right now. We'll abandon this layer. We'll go 1 layer less deep, and then eventually we'll get back to the topic at hand.
This is a surprise to me personally, but it was important to note that one group that was exempt from insectivora were the rodents. Many scientists placed them elsewhere in the mammalian tree, as they had some features that made them stand apart, such as prominent incisor teeth. Also, a good deal of rodents aren't really insectivorous, so there's that. The history of this group and the classification with the animals in it is pretty bizarre when you look into it. Carolus Linnaeus, the founder of modern taxonomy and the creator of the binomial nomenclature, or scientific names.
And this is what we're going to be talking about as well. I'm glad it came up in this video. Oh boy. We're talking about a new species of giant tyrannosaur. They're actually saying this is a...
Very spectacular. Spared no expense.
Thank you, Amish Andy, for gifting Sleepy-Sore.
Andy gifted a tier 1 sub to Sleepy-Sal.
I do appreciate that, Amish Andy. Thank you for bringing a friend here and gifting them a sub. Welcome, Sleepy. It's great to have you here, Amish Andy. Thanks for bringing them by. Good stuff. Yeah, so they're claiming that not only is this a new species of tyrannosaur, but it's a new species of Tyrannosaurus. Tyrannosaurus mcraeensis is what they're calling it. And I think when a lot of people in the general public think of a dinosaur species, what they think of is like Velociraptor or Stegosaurus or Apatosaurus. And strictly speaking, those are not species. Those are genera. Each one of those is a genus. And when old Carl von Linné, aka Carolus Linnaeus, devised this system, this is how he made it. A tiger is Panthera tigris. Panthera is the genus, Tigris is the species. There is also Panthera leo. Panthera leo is the lion. I think that's correct, right? It's not a different genus, right? Lion is not Felis. It's Panthera. Yeah. Yeah. Homo sapiens is our scientific name as human beings. Homo is the genus. Sapiens is the species. There used to be other Homo species. Homo neanderthalis. Neanderthals, like we were talking about just a moment ago. Homo floresiensis, the famous hobbits from the island of Flores in Indonesia. So you've got genus and species. So what they're saying in this new paper is that they have a new species of Tyrannosaurus, a new species within that genus. A genus is a group of species that all share a common ancestor. They're all like sisters to each other. They all come from the same ancestor. And that's why they're together in a genus. Does that make sense? Yeah. And Shazeo says, "Wake up, babe. New dinosaur just dropped." Yeah. We'll get back into this in a minute. Yeah. And Naderfiend says, "Some people say the sapiens twice."
Try blaming the dinosaurs.
Happy New Year.
And Tyron Mao, thank you for the 100 bits there. I appreciate it. Happy New Year to you, too. Welcome back to Paleontologizing. Yeah, good stuff. And your niece says, "Hi, Danny." Well, hello, niece. Womp womp. It's good to have you here. Welcome to Paleontologizing. And Sculpin, holy cow, look at that. We're getting ever closer to our goal. Thank you for the 5 gift subs there, Sculpin. I do really appreciate it.
Sculpin01
very
just
much.
changed things with those 5 gift subs.
Thank you for that, Sculpin. There's 5 people in chat now who are now immune to ads. They won't have to watch any advertisements on this channel for the next 30 days, thanks to you, Sculpin. So thank you for it. I appreciate it. But yeah, the Naderfiend with Homo sapiens sapiens. The second sapiens is the subspecies. So that's the thing. Here, let's get into... I'll give you a link to this insectivore video if anybody wants that. But, look at binomial nomenclature and talk about this. Let's see. Let's try this. Haven't seen this one before.
In this video, we're going to go over binomial nomenclature. Binomial nomenclature is the system where 2 names are given to name a species. The first name refers to the genus of the species.
Yeah.
The second name refers to the specific species within that genus the species being named is.
Yep.
If we take an example of the monarch butterfly, its genus name is Danaus, its species name is Plexippus. Its full binomial name is Danaus plexippus. There are
simple
specific
enough, right?
rules used in formatting binomial names. The first of these is that the genus name is always written first.
And it's capitalized.
In the monarch butterfly example, this means the genus name Danaus comes first, the species name Plexippus.
We get this. You don't have to slow it down that much for us. Let's take a look at... Let's take a look at this.
Welcome to Moo Math and Science. In this video, I'd like to talk about a scientific name, also called binomial nomenclature. If you were to name these animals, you could use the word cat.
And Nyanza says family is greater than genus. My hot take. That's not a hot take, Nyanza. That's a literal fact. A family is a group of closely related genera. So, like, a family is a bigger... yeah, here, let me show you. The Amoeba Sisters, they make good videos. Well, this will be a little bit longer, but I think it'll be worth it. Check it out.
There are a lot of animals that I have always thought are cool. Salmon, hairless guinea pigs, iguanas, silky bantam chickens. But one day in my 7th grade science class, my teacher told us that we would get to see one of the most amazing animals ever in class. A hydra. And I have to confess, what I imagined in my head and what was actually reality was a little different, but I'm kind of used to that. Turns out hydra are pretty cool. Hydra are animals that are very small, a few millimeters in length, and they live in fresh water.
They're
They can
cnidarians?
viciously attack and eat their tiny swimming prey, and they can reproduce by budding an identical offspring off of themselves. But if you saw them, you might not think they're an animal. What makes us categorize them as an animal anyway, and not a plant or a protist or a fungus? In fact, how do we classify in the first place? Well, this lets us jump right into our topic, classification. Taxonomy includes the naming and classification of species, and much of the credit for starting a formal classification goes to Carl Linnaeus. We'll get back to that a little bit later in this video. But back in his time, the 18th century, there wasn't a separate category for other organisms like protists or bacteria. They didn't know about detailed cell structure differences. They didn't know about DNA, so they didn't know genetic relationships that now can determine how we categorize organisms.
Yep.
And that's the thing about classification. As we learn more about DNA, and therefore relatedness, how we classify organisms can continue to change. So first, let's look at an awesome hierarchy system mnemonic.
Yeah, this is good stuff. A lot of these are arbitrary. In fact, they're all kind of arbitrary to a certain extent. But the broader you get, the more arbitrary they get. Species, genus, family, order, class, phylum, kingdom, and domain. Right there. Or in reverse order, in increasing specificity. Domain, kingdom, phylum, class, order, family, genus, species. So when I was saying that, yes, a family is greater than a genus, this is exactly what I meant. And that's why I pulled up this video there for Nyanza. Yeah, but then an order is greater than a family because it's broader and etc. But with that having been said, everything above the species level or maybe the genus level, like family, order, class, phylum, kingdom, domain, all of these end up being kind of arbitrary. We're like class Reptilia is not the same as class Aves. You know, birds and reptiles. Class Aves is actually within class Reptilia. So they're not equivalent, you know? This is what I meant when it gets a little bit arbitrary afterward, you know? In class Pisces, fish, well shoot, all of the other vertebrate animal classes are part of that, you know? Because they all evolved from fish, you know? So yeah. And the top one is domain there, Heox. Domain. Here. They'll go over it here.
There's a lot of great ones that you can find that people have shared online. We'd also love to share ours. Deer King Paramecium cares only for green spirulina, but we sort of have a thing for protists, and we realize that might not be as memorable. So let's take a look at each group of this hierarchy, starting with one of the...
And actually, Chad, if you'd like to, you can come up with your own mnemonic here. DKPCOFGS. What kind of mnemonic can you dream up? Dinosaur that's ripe for the taking right there. You can have that as the first one. But yeah. And Oops Kaput says, is taxonomy why birds are dinosaurs? The taxonomy just the word taxonomy is like classification. So taxonomy is not why. Birds are dinosaurs because they evolved from dinosaurs. So bird evolution is why birds are dinosaurs. Taxonomy just describes that fact, you know? It's like saying, I don't know, like, is history why World War II happened? Like, no, but you can read about it in a history book, you know? Taxonomy is like describing the relationships. It's classifying the living things like that. Does that make sense? Yeah. Evolution is why. Yeah. Are people tall because we made rulers? There you go, Diatom's deck. Yeah. I like that. That's a better analogy than mine, Diatoms. Good stuff. Good stuff. Yeah. And good night to you, Jerry Rick. Thanks for being here. Yeah. And Gene Wen. I mean, in an abstract sense, I guess you're right, Gene Wen. That's why Diatom's attacks analogy was better than mine. Yeah. I knew I hated history for some reason. There you go, Paul Machine. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, Not the Bees has come up with a wonderful one. Dreadful raptors prefer climbing over fences, gazing silently. That is lovely. Oh, man, that's good stuff. That's good stuff. I like it. I like it. Yeah. Anyway, let's continue.
Might not be as memorable. So let's take a look at each group of this hierarchy, starting with one of the most inclusive groups, domains. Ah, domains. It's so awesome that all of life will fit into them. So there are 3 domains, bacteria, archaea, and eukarya. The domain bacteria is full of bacteria. They're prokaryotes, and therefore they have characteristics we've mentioned of prokaryotes before. These can include bacteria that make you sick, the bacteria that are in your intestines helping you digest, the bacteria helping with decomposing, the bacteria fixing nitrogen in the soil.
All extraordinarily important. Did you know, chat, that there are more bacteria in your guts than there are your own cells in your body? The majority of the cells in your body are not carrying your DNA. They're not part of you. They're different species. Lots of different species, presumably. Your gut flora are more numerous than your body cells, which is really cool to think about. You know? Yeah.
Soil, tons of different kinds of bacteria.
Yeah.
Archaea are prokaryotes too, but
oh, and Gene Wen, that's lousy.
DNA and
yeah.
structure differences that give them their own domain. And while they may seem more closely related to bacteria since they are prokaryotes, recent DNA evidence links them
You're just
to
a
having
guest in
more
your
in
own body.
common with eukaryotes,
Oscar,
which
sure.
is interesting. Many of the archaea are extremophiles. That is, many of them like the extremes. Some like extreme salt environments, for example, which means they can handle extremely salty environments like the Dead Sea. Or methanogens. They can live where there is very little oxygen. In fact, most of them can't even handle oxygen. They use carbon dioxide to make their energy instead and produce waste
Pretty cool.
gas. Methane. Some of them live inside animals that eat a lot of cellulose, like cows or termites.
Or like hoatzins. One of the very few herbivorous birds. Maybe the only true folivorous bird. Hoatzins. Cool critters. Yeah.
Another extremophile is thermophiles. They like extreme temperatures. If you ever dreamed of living near the deep sea hydrothermal vents, well, if you were a thermophile, you'd be in luck. We mentioned that archaea and bacteria domains are separate because they have some major DNA and structure differences that are significant enough to separate them. And so does the third domain, eukarya.
This is where we are. We are part of domain eukarya. We are eukaryotes.
These are eukaryotes, and so they have characteristics that we've mentioned before that are common for eukaryotes. And that's where we'll focus right now. So the next level, less inclusive and more specific than domains, is the level of kingdom. Now here is the big disclaimer about kingdoms. Each organization is often changing, and it's not even something that all scientists agree on.
Yeah.
We've seen a 5-kingdom system that looks like this, and a 6-kingdom system that looks like this. And it's important to understand it's a changing view as we learn more about DNA and
I like
structure
this.
evidence.
This is well done.
That's what makes classification so exciting. But if we focus on these
Your team eukaryote, Dr.
let's
Irrefutable?
touch on them briefly.
Me too.
Protista.
And what about viruses and phages, says Heox? So those are not considered organisms by most scientists. Most scientists would agree that viruses are not living things. That they are not standalone. They're basically... It's like how a computer virus is not a computer, maybe? Would be a good way to put it. I hope that's a good way to put it. I don't know. It's something that can infect a living thing, but it cannot stand on its own, and it cannot reproduce on its own. It's just... It requires living things to reproduce, it cannot reproduce on its own, and so it cannot be considered alive in that sense. Yeah.
Extremely diverse, and there's often talk about dividing it because of how diverse it is. There are protists that are animal-like, and protists that are plant-like, and protists that are fungi-like, but many scientists don't consider them to quite meet the requirements to be in those kingdoms. Protista includes
I'll
both
give you a link to this, Claire.
protists making their own food, and heterotroph protists, which can consume other things for energy. Most protists are unicellular, but they can be multicellular. And some have cell walls made of cellulose, which is kind of similar to plants. And some...
And honestly, I'm really skeptical of the idea that viruses are from space. I don't know a great deal about this, but I know that it was kind of a crackpot idea in the 70s and 80s. And that people like, what's his name? Shoot. The astronomer, really well known. His book is right... Where did that go? Why is it so blurry? Come on, camera. Get with it. Yeah, Fred Hoyle. Thank you, Claire Burr. Yeah. He published this really wacky book back in the 80s. And I'm looking for it now. There it is. Really wacky book on paleontology from an astronomer. You would get a kick out of this, Diatom's Attack, I think. An example of, like, straying outside your field and just getting nutty with it. It's called Archaeopteryx, the primordial bird. A Case of Fossil Forgery by Fred Hoyle and Chandra Wickramasinghe. Wild book. In this book, Fred Hoyle, an astronomer, claims that basically every bird fossil ever discovered was faked. Because he didn't agree with, I don't know. He was like kind of a creationist in a weird way. Extremely strange. Extremely strange. Incredibly weird book. Yeah. I wouldn't recommend reading the book itself unless you're intensely interested in this, but there's a neat blog post about this. Darren Naish, Fred Hoyle, Archaeopteryx. There we go. And this is why I bring this up. Alien viruses from outer space and the Great Archaeopteryx Forgery. This is a blog post from Scientific American by Darren Naish, paleontologist and author. It says, today I want to talk about something completely different. During the 1980s, astronomer Fred Hoyle proposed with his colleague Chandra Wickramasinghe, Lee Spetner, and R.S. Watkins that the London Archaeopteryx specimen was a forgery made by pressing chicken feathers into plaster laid about the skeleton of the small predatory dinosaur Compsognathus. The funny thing is, the skeleton of Archaeopteryx looks nothing like that of Compsognathus. But yeah.
Dinosaurs had not died.
Anyway, wild stuff.
No reason to think dinosaurs wouldn't still be here, wouldn't still be dominating the Earth.
And thank you, Blue Vapor, for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. Thank you for clicking that follow button. Yeah. But yeah, and borrow it, not buy. I lucked into this copy because it belonged to an esteemed colleague of mine who passed away. And he had this enormous library of books that just had to be given away afterward. But William A. Clemens, he was an elder statesman in vertebrate paleontology. One of the biggest names in vertebrate paleontology. He was a professor emeritus at Berkeley. Passed away just a couple years ago. And he wrote notes in this. And, I knew Bill, when I was in high school, I volunteered at the museum that he worked at. I used to see him every day. He was always very kind to me. And I got to know him a little bit over the years. Was very sad when he passed away. He wrote notes in this, and it's wonderful to be able to go through and look at some of these because it's, you know, the way he would kind of throw shade at some of these things was pretty cool, you know? I don't know who this is directed toward, but this note that he put in here, he says, "Thanks a bunch, Dale." I don't know who Dale is. But, I need to go over this with some other colleagues at some point and, try and figure that out. Yeah. Anyway, back to our video here. Yeah.
Don't. Fungi are heterotrophs, so no photosynthesis for them. If that's hard to remember, just think about athlete's foot. It's a fungus.
There you go, diatoms attack, yeah.
It's not doing any photosynthesis there because that'd be really weird. Nope, it's there, causing irritation, eating dead skin cells. Fungi are usually multicellular, but they can be unicellular. And most of them have cell walls of chitin. It's a
weird.
Carbohydrate. Next up, plantae. Plants are autotrophs.
I didn't know they had chitinous cell walls.
They still make their glucose from sunlight energy. Plants are, for the most part, multicellular. And most
Mere space says fungi equals the mushroom kingdom. Oh, that soundbite. Is that what you intended there, Mayor Space? Yeah. They made lots of spaghetti. That's a deep cut, everyone. But yeah.
Most have cell walls of cellulose. Finally, last up, animal.
And Miss Hire says Hoyle was a creation. Well, he vehemently denied being a creationist during his lifetime. And he makes a big point of that in the book. But yeah. But he would be what we would call a creationist, probably. Yes. But he has almost a whole chapter in there, if I recall correctly. It's been a long time since I've read through that. But he's like, I'm neither a proponent of evolution nor creation. But he was a creationist. Yeah. But yeah. I'm a Cretaceanist. A believer in the Cretaceous diatoms attack. I appreciate you. Let's continue.
Yeah. Animals. Okay, Hydra, you can come back. This mostly multicellular and heterotroph.
But you're right there, Miss Hire. It's good to have you here, by the way. How you doing?
So now we have the other hierarchy levels. We get less inclusive, therefore more specific, as we move down to the Hydra's
And I'll see you later, Dr. Irrefutable. Have a good weekend. Thanks for being here.
Family, genus, and species. Because the species name is the most specific that you can get, it is the least inclusive.
The most exclusive.
Now, you'll notice we wrote the species name here. Remember how we said we'd bring up Carl Linnaeus again? Well, it's because of him that we have this naming system, binomial nomenclature. This two-part naming system that we use uses Latin or Greek roots. This is its scientific name. See that first name? That's its genus. It's written with a capital letter at the start, and it's written
in italics. Yes, this is like Tyrannosaurus. So Tyrannosaurus is the genus. And then Rex is the species of Tyrannosaurus that we're all familiar with. That is the most well-known dinosaur binomial in the world, Tyrannosaurus Rex. Maybe the most well-known binomial, maybe more well-known than Homo sapiens, or Canis familiaris, or Escherichia coli, or is it Escherichia coli? Can't be that one because I don't know it. Tyrannosaurus Rex is the most well-known binomial name in the world. More than gorilla, more than iguana. Probably more than boa constrictor. Tyrannosaurus rex. And now we've got a new species of Tyrannosaurus, just published, Tyrannosaurus mcraeensis. Interesting. But anyway, Tyrannosaurus is the genus name, and the new one, mcraeensis, is the species name.
In italics. See the second name? That's its specific epithet, which is a fancy way of saying that it refers to one species in the genus.
And Miss Hire, I'm so glad you're here.
Letter, and it's also written in italics. So why do we care about these scientific
There you go, Claire
names?
yeah.
Well, you could come up with a lot of common names for an organism that vary based on location.
Yeah, you can. Holy cow. And these are some funny ones here, but I think a good example of differing common names for the same creature might be, here we go. Armadillium vulgare. Many of you will have very different names for this creature here once we get to it. There we go. That's what I call it. But what do you call this creature? Chat, we're gonna have a bunch of different names. Yeah, it is a kind of isopod, Claire Burr. Mayor Space says roly-poly. Sloppy Salamander says potato bug. Woodlouse, says Miss Hire. Sow bug, says Reagan Nation. Call it a trilobite, says Baja Smancer. That, no joke, is what some people call it. OBJ says potato bug. Yeah, this is the thing, is that across different cultures and different regions and different places of the world and different languages, we will have different names for this animal. But there's one scientific name for this species, just one. Doesn't matter what language you speak, whether it's English, whether it's Japanese, whether it's Klingon. The scientific name is the same. Armadillidium vulgare. There we go. Yeah. Oh boy. Also known as the common pill bug, potato bug, common pill woodlouse, roly-poly, slater, doodlebug, or carpenter. I've also heard them called trilobites, doodly bugs, pig chasers, I heard somebody call them once. Like, somebody called them, what was it, like a toadstool kisser or something? And then there's, in other languages, they've got tons and tons of other names for them, you know? Yeah. And woodlouse. In one of these Wikipedia articles, there we go. Yeah. Other names for them: armadillo bug, boat builder, butcher boy, carpenter, cheese log, cheesy bobs, cheesy bug, chiggy pig, chisel pig, chucky pig, doodle bug, grammar sow, hog louse, potato bug, roll up bug, roly poly, slater, sow bug, wood bunter, wood bug, or wood pig. So many different common names for this animal. That's why we have a scientific name, a Latin name like this, genus and species. And that's just English. I know, right? Isn't that crazy? Yeah. This is why those scientific binomials are important. You might be a little annoyed by them sometimes. You know, you might look at a dinosaur name like, Apistocela. And there's a chunky one.
Wonderful difference in promoting the appreciation and understanding of fossil science here on Twitch.
Thank you, Lilith Hobo.
Here are some bits to buy yourself a game to kill time when you want to veg out. Dino Hazard. Cronus Blackout maybe? D.
I appreciate the bits very much, Lilith Hobo. Thank you so much. Thank you for that support. I wish I had time to veg out Oh boy, but I am... After my move, the garage here is still full of stuff that I need to put away. I've got to build shelves, I've got to work on 3D prints, I've got to paint stuff, I've got to work on some scientific papers to publish this year. I can't guarantee I'll get to that game, Lilith Hobo, but I really appreciate the bits, though. Thank you very much. Thank you, thank you. Hashtag adult stuff. I don't know if it's anything that, what's the word I'm looking for? I was trying to do a witty rejoinder there, and it's just short-circuited, so apologies. Yeah, I don't know if it's anything that titillating, but, you know, grown-up stuff, maybe. Danny is fully anti-veg these days, except for my diet, Fall Machine. Yeah. Anyway, Danny's always on the move. You know, I'm like a shark, Lordy. Just gotta constantly keep swimming or else I'll explode. As famously happens with sharks that stop swimming. You all saw Jaws. Yeah. Anyway. Yeah.
If you're feeling a bit cheated, try blaming the dinosaurs.
All work and no play makes Danny a dull boy.
You know, that's one of my tasks, Risadego, is I've got to type that out 1,000,000 times on an old-fashioned typewriter and then leave it lying around where Shelley Duvall will find it. Another thing that's on my to-do list that I've got to... Yeah. Anyway, what was I saying? Epistocoelicaudia. This dinosaur here. It does not have an easy name. But the beauty of that name is the name is the same no matter what language you speak. If we were to go to the original scientific publication for Epistocoelicaudia, which I think is in Polish here, I will not be able to read most of the words in this paper. But I can still read Epistocoelicaudia, because no matter what language you speak, it's the same in there. And it's not loading for some reason. I think the internet tubes might be clogged there in Poland at the moment. But yeah, I've read scientific papers where all of the writing is in Chinese except for the binomials. And it's like, well, shoot, at least I know what they're talking about. Yeah. Does that make sense?
So why do we care about these scientific names?
Yeah.
Well, you could come up with a lot of common names for an organism that vary based on location. Take this mountain lion, for example.
Yeah.
It's also known as a puma, cougar, or Texas panther.
I've also heard it called a painter, a catamount, a mountain screamer. There's a bunch of different regional terms for puma concolor is the name. Yeah.
Same animal, different names. But its scientific name here is specific and recognized regardless of your location. And that gives power to an awesome way to organize and name species. Well, that's it for the Amoeba Sisters, and we remind you to stay curious.
Good stuff. Love videos like this. Here's a link to it right there. And, yeah, the reason that we looked into this is because when we're talking about species, like this new species of Tyrannosaurus that these authors just published, it's important to lay the groundwork first. So hopefully we've done most of that. Yeah. The Brits say puma. It's... Who cares what they say? They don't even have them there. The British have to invent big cats that don't exist.
dig up dinosaurs?
And Gaming with Ozzy and Sharky, thank you for the 7 viewer raid there. I almost said 7 months of support.
Sharky and their 7 raiders want to know what it's like.
Gaming with Ozzy and Sharky, how did your stream go? I hope it was really good. Welcome back. How are you doing? It's great to have you here. Holy cow. Digital Deck, how are you doing? Welcome, welcome. Ozzy and Sharky, how did your stream go? Looks like you were streaming something called Genshin Impact. Isn't that a kind of wrench? I think I might have a Genshin Impact wrench over in my toolbox there. No, I'm kidding. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Thank you for bringing your viewers here. It's good to have you. Yeah, and Pokey, hello to you. Welcome, welcome. And I'll drink some water there. Oh, I would, but... Okay, hang on. Let me go grab my water bottle. I'll be right back, Womp Womp said. Yeah. I had the wrong table.
Simply astonishing. One of the most singular specimens I've
Thank you, Howie Dune.
all my distinguished career. But enough about my work. What did you want to show?
Howie Dune, thank you for the follow. Welcome, welcome. Yeah. And, That's Player says dinosaur. That's what we talk about here, That's Player. That's what we talk about here. Can I find a video on this?
The moon does exist.
And the Pokey, thanks for following. Yeah. And in England they say bottle of water. Yeah, Angoy. Yeah. Here. Mcraeensis. Here we go. I'm gonna go grab my water bottle. But we already have a news report about this. Holy cow.
The New Mexico Museum of Natural History and Science announced a big discovery today, or rather a rediscovery of a fossil that may change what we know about one of the most recognizable dinosaurs. News 13's Natalie Wattis has details on how researchers made ancient history.
1, 2, 3.
A big reveal in the New Mexico Museum of Natural History and Science Thursday. New Mexico is home to the newest, oldest species of Tyrannosaurus rex.
And so you guys...
No, it's not. Whoa, 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 whoa. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Did anybody spot, or rather hear, the mistake there? What did she say? What did she say? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh no. Yeah, literally not a Rex. That's the whole point, is that it's not Tyrannosaurus Rex. It's Tyrannosaurus mcraeensis, they're naming it. That's the whole point of the paper. That's the whole thing, you know? It was previously classified as Tyrannosaurus Rex, and now they're saying, these authors have studied it, and they're saying, no, this is something older than T-Rex. And they're saying it's different enough morphologically that they give it a new species name. Not Tyrannosaurus rex, but Tyrannosaurus mcraeensis. After, I think, the McRae member of the Hall Lake Formation?
Species of Tyrannosaurus rex.
And Howie Dune says, I enjoyed the discussion on binomials. Good stuff. Thank you, Howie Dune. That's actually excellent feedback, and I really appreciate it. Sometimes we go off on these big long tangents, and I'm not sure if it's worth it. I'm glad you appreciated it, so thank you. Now we're getting into the fun stuff here. And hello, Victor. Welcome back.
Is home to the newest, oldest species of Tyrannosaurus rex.
If she had just said newest species of Tyrannosaurus, that would be 100% correct in the context of this story. But people are so used to saying Tyrannosaurus rex, and I think this kind of underlines the point. That to almost everyone in the general public, Tyrannosaurus rex is synonymous with Tyrannosaurus. And for a long time, well, I don't know. It's like anytime you're saying Tyrannosaurus, you mean Tyrannosaurus rex. This might change things. If this these findings are accepted by the rest of the theropod dinosaur community, then this could change things. Tyrannosaurus rex wouldn't be the only Tyrannosaurus species anymore. You know, Tyrannosaurus regina and Tyrannosaurus imperator notwithstanding, or Tyrannosaurus bataar, or etc. But yeah, this stands a high likelihood of being accepted. You know? Holy Goat says we should call T-Rex Manospondylus gigas again. Well, that was based on, what, like one crummy vertebra that's not diagnostic? So that's why we don't do that, Holy Goat. But it was named first. You're right about that. Appreciate you, Holy Goat. Yeah. Yeah. Anyway. Yeah.
Is home to the newest, oldest species of Tyrannosaurus rex.
Oh,
So you guys
it's
are
not Tyrannosaurus rex. That's the whole point.
among the first to see the official jaw of the new dinosaur, Tyrannosaurus mcraeensis.
This partial toothy grin isn't actually new to the museum. It was found by some folks in southern New Mexico decades ago.
These were people who lived in Las Cruces. They were boating on Elephant Butte Reservoir. This was in 1983. They landed on the eastern shore of the lake and had a big chunk of this jaw here that was lying on the ground.
They brought it to the attention of the museum, and researchers would go back to the site throughout the 90s to find more of the skeleton.
At that time, 30 to 35 years ago, the fossil record of Tyrannosaurus was not as robust as it is today. So these fossils were first recognized and called Tyrannosaurus rex. But science is a process. With each new discovery, it forces us to go back and test and challenge what we thought we knew.
This is good. And, like, this is really cool that they actually held a press event like this. I mean, I guess you would do this if you're erecting a new species of Tyrannosaurus. That's going to elicit a lot of public interest. There's going to be a lot of popular appeal to a discovery like this, and it's cool. I mean, everybody loves Tyrannosaurus, even us dinosaur paleontologists. You know, we might grouse about things a little bit and go, oh, well, you know, Tyrannosaurus it gets all this attention. How could it not be overrated? But even those of us who express that attitude, we have to begrudgingly admit that, like, no, Tyrannosaurus is actually objectively very cool.
Making my way downtown, walking fast, faces pass and I'm homebound.
Steely Dan.
Everybody loves Tyrannosaurus.
It's true. And not just for the past 4 months, Steely Dan, but since it was first published back in 1905 by Henry Fairfield Osborn, Tyrannosaurus has been... It's been a tremendously popular dinosaur. Arguably the most popular non-avian dinosaur. Out of all the dinosaurs that ever lived, there might only be one dinosaur more popular throughout the history of human history. And that one, it might be Gallus Gallus. Might be the only dinosaur more popular, just by sheer numbers. Yeah, the chicken, Narthos, exactly. Exactly. Yeah. You ate some for dinner, Cryptic Caramel? A lot of people do. A lot of people do. Yeah. Anyway, let's get back to Anthony Fiorillo here. I thought I recognized him. I've seen him at some scientific conferences before. Yeah. Yeah.
More of the skeleton.
At that time, 30 to 35 years ago, the fossil record of Tyrannosaurus was not as robust as it is today. So these fossils were first recognized and called Tyrannosaurus rex. But science is a process. With each new discovery, it forces us to go back and test and challenge what we thought we knew. And that's the story, the core story of this project.
Upon closer inspection in 2013 by then student Sebastian Dahlman, researchers began to
He's the
think
lead
that
author
they
on
might
this
have
paper.
something different on their hands and began to dig deeper.
Things in the jaw, there's things over the eye that are different.
They noticed discrepancies in the size of the jaw and the
subtle,
missing
though.
ridge over
They're
the
subtle.
eye socket. And an analysis of the rock the fossil was found in put it in a whole new age bracket.
This I find much more compelling.
73 million years old.
Yeah.
Our new Tyrannosaurus is about 5 million years older than Tyrannosaurus rex, which is really weird because it means the genus has been around for millions of years, but it changed over time.
And
What? I'm sorry. Maybe you misspoke.
Around for millions of years, but it means the genus has Tyrannosaurus rex, which is really 5 million years older than Tyrannosaurus rex,
Yeah.
which is really weird because it means the genus has been around for millions of years, but it changed over time.
I guess this is just like a night and day difference in philosophy here, but that's not weird. That's not weird at all. Dinosaur genera last a long time if they're like multi-specific genera, right? I mean, shoot, if you... I don't know. Maybe I'm overly eager to accept ideas like anagenesis being like a dominant mode of dinosaur evolution during the Cretaceous. Maybe it's because I'm a lumper in this regard, you know? But that's not weird. That's exactly what I would expect. It'd be weird if it weren't like that. If genera didn't last for a long time. And if you didn't have these anagenetic lineages like this, which I think interestingly in the paper, I don't think they even use the word anagenesis. At least I'm not totally sure. We'll take a look at it in a little bit, but, yeah. Maybe he meant to say interesting, Horns fan. Maybe, you know? Live in front of the cameras, you know, I know this very well. Sometimes you misspeak in the moment. So, yeah.
Protect our fossils, because if they're removed, America loses them forever.
Amicia Rex, thank you very much for subscribing, and welcome to Paleontologizing. Thank you for that pledge of ongoing support, because that's a recurring sub there. Thank you, Amicia Rex. I really appreciate that. Thank you for that pledge of continued support, and enjoy not having to watch any ads. Enjoy getting to use all of those emotes there. I hope you have fun with those. Use them far and wide. The cool thing about dinosaur emotes like these is that you can spam them in other people's chats, and they don't mind, usually. They're like, why are there dinosaurs all over my chat? It's pretty wonderful, so enjoy. Yeah. And I have a big text to ask you. Go for it, Amici Rex. Go for it. Okay, while you're typing that out, we'll continue here. Back to Dr. Fiorillo.
Is about 5 million years older than Tyrannosaurus rex, which is really weird because it means the genus has been around for millions of years, but it changed over time.
Yeah, that's what I would expect.
Species of T-Rex may have been among the first to call New Mexico home.
Is this the ancestor of T-Rex? What is this telling us about the origin of T-Rex? It didn't necessarily originate in Mongolia. It may have originated in southern North America. And so what's good about it is this. Any good piece of science should raise more questions
that it answers.
Yeah.
What is KRQE News 13?
Cool stuff.
And the fossil is currently on display at the New Mexico Museum of Natural History and Science. Grant,
So if any of you are in New Mexico, you can go see this. Like, it's not often that you can see a holotype of a new dinosaur. Or a holotype of any dinosaur. A holotype is the original specimen. It's the one that gets first scientifically published. And anytime you have something that you want to figure out if it's the same species, you compare it to the holotype. That's the OG. It's the one by which all others are measured. So that makes it kind of special in that regard. Sometimes the holotype is kind of crummy, and this honestly isn't the best, but we like to think of them as being special in paleontology. Maybe sometimes to our detriment. Maybe sometimes it encourages going out and trying to find new specimens, but yeah. And you live 15 minutes away from it? Go see that, Displacer. Go see that. Holy cow. Yeah. Yeah.
The fossil is currently on display at the New Mexico Museum of Natural History and Science.
Pretty awesome. You should go see that ASAP, Displacer. It might be crowded. There's going to be a lot of people trying to see this. But, go check it out. Yeah. More Bloody, how are you doing? Welcome, welcome. Yeah. And the original Bistahyversor skeleton is there, too. Yeah. Displacer. Yep. But yeah. Oh, and we've got a message here from Amicia Rex. Thank you, Amicia, for typing this out, and thank you, Claire Burr, for reposting it for me. But yeah, let's see. I stopped early in school. I think a lot of us can relate to that, Amicia. I dreamed of being a paleontologist. A French, sorry for my English, no problem at all. Thank you for sharing. I did not graduate. I wonder how to learn at home, but I have no clue if internet says the truth or even in video games. Well, if you have an idea of how not too expensive, I'm a little poor. No pity, just advice, please. Of course, Amicia. Well, here's some advice, Amicia. If you're trying to learn about paleontology on the internet and do it for free, you can, of course, watch these broadcasts. That goes without saying. I stream every weekday. Hang on. There we go. There is a bit of a time difference between France and California, so the timing might not work very well, but this is going to sound a little bit silly, but it's true. Wikipedia is a phenomenal resource for paleontology, specifically for dinosaur paleontology. Wikipedia is beautiful. It's up to date. It's relatively comprehensive. It stays up with the latest discoveries and the latest publications. I'll show you. Here. Check this out here. There's a new article on Wikipedia. It just started a few days ago at the beginning of the year. 2024 in Archosaur Paleontology. I'll give you a link to that right here. And, what's really, really cool about this is that you can learn about new dinosaurs as soon as they come out. So Tyrannosaurus mcraeensis was just published yesterday, and that's already online. Oh wait, shoot, let's see. Yeah, they just added this new section to the Wikipedia page. This happened like yesterday. In fact, this is still evolving. This is still, or it's still being revised. And with new information, this will continue to be updated. Wikipedia is an excellent resource, and it's completely free. And you can also find it in French. So let's try fr.wikipedia.org/wiki/Tyrannosaurus. There we go. French Wikipedia will be a little bit different. It might not be as up-to-date as English Wikipedia, but you can always translate the English page. And you can compare between them, which is very cool. So I highly recommend that. I know for other subjects, Wikipedia might not be very reliable. For dinosaurs, magnifique. It's wonderful. So I hope that's helpful. And Ungoy says, are there any good dinosaur/paleo forums on the web? Not really anymore. There used to be some pretty good ones, Ungoy. A good thing to do is maybe to follow paleontologists on social media. So, like, let's see. Yeah. Tom Holtz is a dinosaur paleontologist. And, and you did follow paleontologists on Twitter. Excellent. Yeah. He posts a lot of news. In fact, here's what we're talking about here. Tyrannosaurus mcraeensis. Yeah. And through Tom Holtz, you can find a bunch of other dinosaur paleontologists too, but he might be one of the most followed and most active on Twitter. I don't know. Twitter as a platform is kind of collapsing, unfortunately. But hopefully Tom Holtz will show up on Blue Sky and and then Paleo Twitter is over after that. If he jumps ship, it's yeah. Simplode. Yeah, there you go, Claireberry. Yeah, yeah. And Capizzi, how are you doing? Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. And Lumiere, welcome back. It's good to have you here. Hello, hello. Yeah. And Twitter is a bit weird lately. Very weird, Amicia. In fact, I was posting about this the other day. I was tweeting about this. Yeah. So I have been less and less active on Twitter recently because it is just... Yeah. It's not great. And I am on Blue Sky. Oops, kapoots. It says so in my username now. I changed that so people would start following me on there. I haven't posted much on there yet, but I will. Here, I'll show you. Yeah. There's me on Blue Sky. There we go. Oh, and if any of you want to join Blue Sky, well, shoot. Oh, here's a post that I did. Before I did the fieldwork live streams this summer. Yeah. What is Blue Sky? It's a new social media site. It's a lot like Twitter, but without all the right-wing nonsense. If any of you would like an invite, well, take a screenshot right now and use up those codes, you know? Oh, yeah. Yeah. Anyway. Send a link to your page? You bet, Claireberg. Yeah. Here's me. A spreadsheet of community members who want codes? Yeah, or they can just ask me. And Amicia says, also, I can read and understand English, so Wikipedia and Google Translation can be my friends forward. Exactly, Amicia. Exactly. Yeah. And Lenina's got some codes, too. Good stuff. Yeah. Yeah. Anyway, I would love to be able to interact with all of you on Blue Sky in the future. I'm in the process of transitioning from Twitter to Blue Sky. I only have 3 posts so far on Blue Sky, but there will be more. There will be more. Yeah, and excellent, Messiah. You've got some too? Beautiful. Yeah. But yeah. Anywho, and I've got some notifications now. What's this? Yves, thank you for the follow. Ben Ruck, thank you for the follow. Miss Hire, Michael, and Derek, thank you all for the follows. I appreciate that. Well, we're gonna have some fun on here. It's gonna be cool. Anyway, yeah, the University of Alberta does have some good talks on, or some like online classes on paleontology. But also, I want to talk about another thing too. Those of you who weren't here last week may have missed this. Whoop. Oh, shoot. Speak of the devil. Oh, awesome. Denver Fowler, my old crew chief, back in the field. Back in Montana, he was kind of my mentor and crew chief for a good while. Denver and Liz Friedman are doing an evolutionary paleobiology online course through Dickinson State University in North Dakota. You can take it around the world. It does cost some money to do that because they have to be able to pay for this program. But if you would like to learn paleontology, paleobiology, from 2 of the same people who helped teach me, well, shoot. This is a golden opportunity right here. Yeah, let's find this. There we go. I think this is the initial announcement. Yeah. Denver says, new paleontology online class. Join Dr. Liz Friedman and me in this new discussion class offered by Dickinson State University Department of Natural Sciences in conjunction with the Badlands Dinosaur Museum. Starting in January 2024, each week we will discuss and read research papers with a strong emphasis on dinosaur paleobiology, but we'll cover many different fossil and non-fossil species, paying special attention to current controversies and important evolutionary concepts. He says, I know there are people out there who didn't get as much paleontology in... Oh, Denver doesn't know how to do threads, probably. Oh, Denver. In their formal schooling, as they would have liked. He says, well, this is for you. The course is offered online and in person, so you can take it from anywhere in the world. Credits are transferable. That's why it costs money, is that, you know, it's an actual university class. Also, it's half price if you're auditing and not taking it for credits. I've already had some field crew members express interest in the course. We would have a good contingent for this first offering. If you're interested, email Dr. Liz Friedman for more information at elizabethfriedman@dickinsonstate.edu. I'll give you a link to this particular tweet, so you've got that there in the text. So yeah. Narthos says this course would take place between 2 and 4 a.m. for me. I'm sorry about that, but I'm really excited for Denver and Liz to start this, and I was talking with Denver about this. And
once we knew only that they vanished. Now we know that
soy Patricia Senent.
land longer than any creature before them or since.
Gracias por el raid.
Soy Patricia Zenant and their 20 raiders want to know more than that.
Y bienvenidos otra vez a Paleontologizing. ¿Qué tal? How are you? Thank you for raiding in. It's good to have you here. And Ferd Uspa says, hello there, how's it going? It's going well, Ferd. How are you doing? And Rachu says hi, hello to you. Patricia se dice hola, ha. Hola a ti también, Patricia. Por los raiders, soy un paleontólogo. Me llamo Dani Andusa. Soy un paleontólogo de los dinosaurios. Excavó los dinosaurios. Y estudió los dinosaurios. Y... ¿cómo se dice? Publishó en los dinosaurios. No sé. Lo siento, mi español no es tan bueno. Mi vocabulario no es tan bueno. Publicó en los dinosaurios. Gracias. Paradela. Gracias. Yeah, my name is Danny. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist, and I work on dinosaurs. And we're talking about dinosaurs today. Hace un nuevo species de tiranosaurio de Nuevo México en los Estados Unidos. Se dice, se llama Tyrannosaurus mcraeensis. Not Tyrannosaurus rex, but a new species within the genus Tyrannosaurus. Tyrannosaurus mcraeensis. Exciting stuff. So we're talking about this.
We came here to find fossils.
And Willy Rock, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. Thank you for that follow. It seems like we do have some cool new people here. Would any of you like to see a welcome video? And Ferduspa, gracias por seguirme. Dame un número uno en el chat. Give me a 1 in the chat if you'd like to see a welcome video. If you would like to meet previously recorded Danny. To give you a sense of who I am, what this channel is all about, and what we're all doing here. And, oh, we're getting some ones. Excellent. Well, without further ado, let's bring him on. Previously recorded, Danny. It's your time to shine.
Thanks, present day Danny. You know, people ask me all the time, Danny, how did you first get interested in paleontology? And I've always been interested in fossils from the earliest time I can remember, particularly dinosaurs. My parents like to say that I decided I wanted to become a paleontologist pretty much the moment I realized I couldn't grow up to be a dinosaur. And believe me, I tried.
I was born and raised in the San Francisco Bay Area, which is a lovely place to grow up. Except that we haven't got any dinosaur fossils here. So right after high school, I packed up and moved to Montana, one of the best places in the world to find dinosaurs. Just a couple days after I arrived in Montana, I started working at the lab at Museum of the Rockies, and the paleontology program founded by Jack Horner. Jack's done a lot of amazing things in his career, but you may know him as the scientific advisor on the movie Jurassic Park.
You consulted on that movie.
I did consult on all those movies.
And they said the guy, Alan Grant, was you.
Yes. Yeah, well, fortunately, he didn't get eaten.
But we wanted a credible resource that could back up several theories that we were sort of expounding. And one was that dinosaurs eventually evolved into birds.
And even the word raptor means bird of prey.
And that's something that Jack Horner believes in and could defend if necessary. And Jack Horner became our credibility.
It was in this program that Jack built that I learned how to be a dinosaur paleontologist and how to think outside the box. I've done work at a number of other museums around the American West, helping to prep fossils, design exhibits, and educate visitors. I did a fair bit of eclectic fieldwork in various places, identifying and collecting early Cretaceous dinosaur tracks on the Idaho border, sphenodontian fossils in the gravelly range of the Rocky Mountains, Cenozoic fishes in western Nevada. But most of my work out in the field was with Dr. Denver Fowler, who is now curator of the Badlands Dinosaur Museum. In all, I've worked probably a few hundred sites throughout the late Cretaceous of Montana, and the Hell Creek and Judith River formations, digging up dinosaurs. Lots and lots and lots of dinosaurs. And from time to time, that work has even garnered some media attention.
Montana's news leader.
5 paleontologists are excavating what looks to likely be a new species of armored dinosaur.
We found its head, we found parts of its armor and plates, and so it should be a new species.
And much like my fieldwork, my research focuses on dinosaurs.
I'm particularly interested in their behavioral functional morphology. All these bizarre anatomical features that certain dinosaurs had, I want to know what they used them for. Right now, I'm working on a study on spinosaurs.
All right, but don't ask me too much about that because it's still a project in the works and I can't give away too much just yet till it's published.
But anyway, a couple years ago I realized that things were definitely headed downhill in Montana. So I packed up and headed back to the West Coast.
And I've become kind of fed up with all the bullshit in academia, so I found myself another job.
I am now a teacher in early childhood education. And let me tell you, it's been a natural fit since day one. Now, given that I get to design the curriculum, my students now know more about biology, classification, and the history of life on Earth than most adults do. I've been helping raise a new generation of young scientists. Then, coronavirus hit. In mid-March, when all the schools shut down in San Francisco, I started holding classes over Zoom, and we picked up right where we left off. 1, 2, 3. I love digging in the dirt with just a pick and brush. Finding fossils is my aim, and so I'm never in a rush because the treasures that I see are rare and ancient things like velociraptors' jumps or Archaeopteryx's wings, and all the kids who wanna see them lining up at our museum. I am a paleontologist. That's who I am. That's who I am. That's who I am. I am a paleontologist. That's who I am, that's who I am, that's who I am. That's who I am, that's who I am, that's who I am. That's who I am, that's who I am, that's who I am. I realized that I really enjoy teaching remotely. So back in May, I decided to try streaming on Twitch. And here we are.
This is my passion. And now I get to share it with you. And what could be cooler than that?
I believe that scientists ought to be public servants. Ultimately, it's our job not just to make scientific discoveries, but to teach the public about them. That's exactly what I want to do here. Now, because of COVID-19, this will be my first summer in almost 10 years with no fieldwork. I'm trying to look on the bright side, though. It's not all bad. At least I have more time for outreach. And I've got plenty of cool stuff to work on. And if you could throw some support my way by subscribing, I'd be incredibly grateful.
So anyway, if you are new here, you should be pretty well clued in by now. And I'm glad you're here. I hope you're having a good time. Anyway, let's see what present-day Danny has cooked up for us. All right, present-day Danny, back to you.
Well, thank you very much, previously recorded Danny. And of course, thank you even more to Soy Patricia Senent for that raid. And to Hugin for the raid too. Surprise raid from Hugin. How did your stream go, Hugin? I hope it was really good. It's good to have you here. Yeah. And espectacular. Eres una maestra también? You're a teacher too? Biology and geology. Very cool, Patricia. Good stuff. Good stuff. Yeah. Anyway, that's me. For all of you who are new, that's kind of my background. I was actually in San Francisco today trying to develop some footage for some new welcome videos with previously recorded Danny. Because that one's a little old. I made that back in 2020. I've actually done a ton of fieldwork since then. And even a bunch of live streams from the field. Check out the YouTube page if you want to see some of our broadcasts from Utah and Wyoming this summer, digging up new species of dinosaur live on Twitch. It was a tremendous privilege to be able to do that, and yeah. I'm working on some new videos that are updated. I don't teach full-time anymore either. This is what I do full-time, believe it or not, so here we are. And old news, yeah, there you go, Andy Rea. What's not old news, however, is this. A new species of Tyrannosaur, a new species of Tyrannosaurus. Just published yesterday. Tyrannosaurus mcraeensis. We've been talking about this for a little while. We looked at a video about it. Let's go ahead and look at the original paper, shall we? I have it here in my downloads. And there we go. This is open access. Let me give you a link to it, because you'll probably want that, huh? Here's a link to the page on Nature Scientific Reports. And then here is the link to download the PDF. Right there. Yeah. So there we go. The title is A Giant Tyrannosaur from the Campanian Maastrichtian of Southern North America and the Evolution of Tyrannosaurid Gigantism. Really interesting stuff. And I think this is really cool. I think this stands maybe a pretty good likelihood of it holding up and other researchers using this species name, like upholding this as a new taxon. But I do have some questions about it, and it's based on what I know of the evolution of North American dinosaurs in the late Cretaceous. I would have gone in a different direction with a lot of this stuff. But this is not my project, so yeah. Anyway, HD and HB says, Danny, how do the differences between Tyrannosaurus mcraeensis and Tyrannosaurus and T-Rex compared to Nanotyrannus versus T-Rex? The likelihood that this is a new species? New species? We'll talk about why, the quotation marks, in a minute. This is much, much higher likelihood than Nanotyrannus being a separate taxon from Tyrannosaurus, in my opinion. And time is the biggest thing. Animals do not stay the same over time. If there is a population that is alive, that is a population that is evolving. They are changing from generation to generation. Offspring are not clones of their parents, and so we would expect to see evolution within a lineage.
Ontogeny.
As opposed to just, I don't know, I think that Nanotyrannus is just an ontogomorph of T-Rex. But Nanotyrannus and Tyrannosaurus are from the same time. Tyrannosaurus mcraeensis and Tyrannosaurus rex are, it seems, from different times. And so, of course they're going to be different. Maybe not different in a cladogenetic sense, where you actually had a branching event, but different in the sense that they lived at different times. So it could be that Tyrannosaurus mcraeensis, this new Tyrannosaur, is actually the ancestor of Tyrannosaurus rex. I was a little surprised that they didn't just come out and propose that in the paper. They seemed really guarded about that. And knowing some of these authors, that does kind of make sense. a little frustrating to me that, like, some people seem so hesitant to consider the idea of anagenesis. Just, like, one lineage evolving over time rather than just everything being a constant cladogenetic event. But, yeah, the word anagenesis only shows up once in this entire paper, and it's in the references. My very first thought here would be, is this the ancestor of Tyrannosaurus? How do we go about testing that idea? And that's what I would get really excited about here. They don't even entertain the thought in this paper. I read it, you know, late last night, so I could have missed it, but again, the word lineage only shows up 3 times in the paper. Like, they're not talking about dinosaur evolution here for the most part. It's like these species just kind of magically poof into existence without ancestors. And it's almost like an anti-evolutionary wave. I may be being too harsh about this, but it's yeah. Yeah. This was as close as they got, I think. Tyrannosaurus mcraeensis shows several derived characters that Tyrannosaurus rex does not. An upturned dentary postventral margin, which I didn't actually catch this the first time around. Upturned dentary postventral margin. I'm pretty sure we have that in a couple of Museum of the Rockies Tyrannosaurus specimens. A weakly curved prearticular, I would know about that. An anterior splenial apex. These characters imply that T. mcraeensis was a side branch in Tyrannosauran evolution and would not have been directly ancestral to Tyrannosaurus rex. I think this is unsupported. But at the end of the day, this kind of comes down to a matter of opinion, you know? So yeah. And if that's true, assuming that this is a separate branch and it's not ancestral to Tyrannosaurus rex, then at least 2 giant tyrannosaurids existed concurrently in North America, with another species ultimately giving rise to Tyrannosaurus rex. To say that this is an animal, like, a separate branch in the Tyrannosaurus genus that does not give rise to Tyrannosaurus rex, despite being from the right time to be its ancestor, is, I think that's wild. I think it's a wild thing to say. It's like they don't even want to consider the possibility that that this could be ancestral to Tyrannosaurus. Yeah. Need Maori to do a paternity test. There you go, HD. Oh no. But yeah.
Though it may not seem like much, 500 bits goes a long way towards supporting science outreach here on Twitch.
Delta Rain, thank you for those 500 bits. I really appreciate that. I really do, Delta Rain. Thank you for supporting this channel and supporting my work here. It means a lot. The Diagonal says UCMP just posted an hour ago about the discovery of an Oligocene fossil grasshopper nest. Oh, was that? Does Jamin have something to do with this? One of my colleagues there? Yeah, Jamin Lee. Good for him. Good for him. Microtomography of an enigmatic fossil egg clutch from the Oligocene John Day Formation in Oregon reveals an exquisitely preserved 29-million-year-old fossil grasshopper Utheca. Jamin Lee. And Nicholas A. Famoso and Angela Lynn. Nice. Cool stuff. Anyway, good for him. Jamin's a good guy. Very cool, Diagonal. Thanks for posting that. Yeah. Cryptic Caramel brings up an interesting question here about Tyrannosaurus mcraeensis and Tyrannosaurus rex here. Cryptic Caramel wants to know, is the simplest explanation that T. mcraeensis would be ancestral to T-Rex until another Tyrannosaurus lineage is found? In my opinion, yes, that is the simplest explanation. But this is like a difference in philosophy between different researchers. Other researchers would say, no, you can't ever demonstrate ancestry in the fossil record. Just assuming that, like, evolution only happens during cladogenetic events. And I think that's completely wrong. It's just, I don't know. It's this whole, like, punctuated equilibrium thing. I don't know. You know? It's difficult to explain. Maybe what I should first explain is what I mean by anagenesis and cladogenesis. So, it's evolution, but it's just... Is it evolution with branching? Or is it evolution in a straight line? So let's take a look at this.
Hello, my name is Luke Nunnery, and today I'll be explaining phylogenetic trees.
Good for this guy. Yeah, from YouTube Kids. Buckle up, kiddos. We're going to talk about phylogenetic trees.
Anagenesis is the outcome of a species that slowly changes until it is no longer the same species.
Yep. So this is non-branching evolution. That is anagenesis right there. And sure enough, we've got tyrannosaurs here. So it's just one population without a splitting event. Just a continuous population just sharing genes, and then over millions of years, it changes. And so this is what I suspect might be happening, or this would be kind of my default hypothesis for Tyrannosaurus mcraeensis. That if it is the ancestor of T-Rex, you know, this is just one population kind of slowly changing over time. Big animals that are very mobile and have small population sizes like this, it can be difficult to get them to actually split into different species, especially allopatrically. You know, it's difficult to, like, isolate them and prevent gene flow and then develop a new species based on that. You know? Because a big animal like a gigantic tyrannosaur like this, it will, you know, they're going to be very mobile. They're going to be moving across a wide territory. I would not be shocked if Tyrannosaurus went all the way from the northern slope of Alaska down to, you know, the southern tip of Mexico. If it was just like one species across that whole range. We see this in a lot of big modern mammals today, you know? Think about mountain lions, for instance. Puma concolor. They can range from Mexico all the way up, I think, into Alaska today. That would be a good example, you know? And if there's no big geographic boundary, like an ocean in between, then... Shoot, Tyrannosaurus would have been capable of making short ocean crossings as well, I think. You know, like in Prehistoric Planet. Remember that? Yeah. There we go. Yeah, from Prehistoric Planet. I think this was a wonderful way to start the series. I loved this. And KK says, I'd love to see a T-Rex swim. It's your lucky day, KK. Check this out. The T-Rex really swim.
The skull of Tyrannosaurus rex, surely the most terrifying hunter that ever existed. These huge teeth are evidence enough of its efficiency as a hunter, and studies of the skull have also shown that it had an acute sense of smell.
Yeah.
But what evidence is there that it ever went for a swim? The sight of a Tyrannosaurus rex swimming with his young may seem surprising, but like all of the dinosaur behavior in prehistoric planet, this is backed up by some remarkable science. These mostly land-living predators were massive, 13 meters long and tipping the scales at around 10 tons.
10 tons seems like way too much,
Perhaps
honestly.
an obvious candidate to be a swimmer.
T-Rex is part of a group of dinosaurs called the theropods. That's the predatory dinosaurs. And one of the key features of this group of dinosaurs is they had large, very muscular bird-like hind limbs, which were mostly built for walking and running.
But such legs would also be effective in swimming.
Like the cormorants that we saw earlier. Or like the legs of a chicken. Chickens also surprise you at how good they are at swimming. You don't think of a chicken as being a swimming animal, but like, they can swim. Yeah. Lucas Barad, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing.
Allowed theropods like T-Rex to cross large bodies of water. And in the fossil record, there is direct evidence for exactly this.
Yep.
Score-like marks, known as swim traces, created when the claws of two-legged dinosaurs like T-Rex scraped sediment on the bottom of lakes, rivers, and the seabed as they swam.
Pretty cool stuff. Yeah. Wind528 says chickens swim better than they fly. I believe that. Yeah. Yeah.
Further evidence that Tyrannosaurus rex could swim has been found within its fossilized skeleton.
Yep. Those hollow vertebrae.
Using a CT scanner, scientists found that many theropod bones have a hollow structure that would have helped their massive bodies to float.
Yep. And that's actually hooked up to their lungs, too. So, like, they've got these air sacs and hollows that go through their skeleton. They were full of air, which is really, really cool.
This evidence, we think that T-Rex would have been an excellent swimmer and that it would have used this behavior to expand its feeding opportunities.
Yeah, yeah. And so the reason I bring this up is that it would be difficult to get these animals to speciate allopatrically. You know? So in order to get cladogenesis, to get a population to split in two, and for those to eventually become new species, like, they have to stay separate long enough and not hybridize, and eventually they'll become two new species. But in order to do that, you gotta separate them. You could do that geographically. You could put an ocean in between them. But like we saw with T-Rex, it might have to be a pretty big body of water to separate them. Because otherwise they'll just swim across, you know? I guess you could build up a mountain range in between them, but they might just go around it too. These would have been remarkably mobile animals, you know? And they're big enough that they can travel for a long time without starving to death. With some smaller animals that might be really mobile, like insects, they need to feed every once in a while. And like, they need habitat, they need to sleep, there's all these things that they need, so they can't necessarily travel super long distances. I think Tyrannosaurus is like the perfect example of an animal that would be really difficult to get to speciate allopatrically. And I think maybe that should be our base assumption, is that we have anagenesis here. just one lineage evolving over time without assuming all of these splits here and there. Because this does feel like, we all have to make assumptions when we're studying dinosaurs. Like, what do you think is more likely? Do you think it's more likely that this is a different species that split cladogenetically, or that it's the ancestor of T-Rex? What do you really think is the most likely outcome here? And the way that I think about dinosaur paleobiology, dinosaur evolution, I think it's far more likely that this is actually just the ancestor of Tyrannosaurus Rex. And it would be really, really cool to find some more fossils of this critter to help demonstrate that. Yeah. So yeah. And Subpar Umpire says allopatric cladogenesis is not the only way for cladogenesis to occur, right? No, you can also have sympatric speciation. So in sympatric speciation, the creatures live in the same environment, but they stop breeding with one another, despite being neighbors. I'll show you a video. Yeah. Let's go back to the Amoeba Sisters. Man, they do good stuff. Here, we've watched this before, but this is important for today's topic as well, so let's get into it.
So if you've seen our videos before, you may know that one of us is a cat person. Well, the other one of us is a dog person. And when we were younger, we used to wonder, wouldn't it be cool to have one animal that is half dog and half cat? A dog cat? There was a cartoon we used to watch as a kid about that, although because of our TV reception issues, it never came in very clear. Hence our childhood of instead watching nature shows. As cool as a have-cat, have-dog animal would likely be, we need to understand that cats and dogs are different species. So what is a species? Well, organisms that are in the same species can interbreed, and their offspring can reproduce. Yep. That means the huge variety of domesticated dog breeds, they're all the same species.
Although this is kind of a... They're trying to make this really simple for the purposes of this video, but we saw that video earlier talking about like different shortcomings for different species concepts and why that's important. So, but we're just going to keep it simple for this video like they're doing.
That means the huge variety of domesticated dog breeds, they're all the same species, even though they can look very different. Same with domesticated cats. All the different cat breeds are still the same species.
And HD and HB says, if a future paleontologist digs up wolf fossils and chihuahua fossils, would they consider them the same species or genus? Would they call the wolf one and the other nano? So yeah, HD, it depends. If these future paleontologists are digging them up recently enough that there's still DNA in there, then they could just look at the DNA and go, oh yeah, these are definitely the same species.
I'm here to applaud the work of vertebrate paleontologists.
And woo-wah, wee-woo, wah-wee-woo-wah. Thank you for the follow and welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. Yeah. I don't know. It's an easy out with that one because Chihuahuas and Great Danes are, or Chihuahuas and wolves, almost genetically identical. There's only it's like 3 genes that are different between a Chihuahua and a Great Dane out of presumably millions of genes. Oh yeah,
you can watch our classification video to learn about the hierarchy levels and taxonomy.
We did watch this
but
today.
In this video, we're just going to focus on the level of species itself. Now, can 2 different species breed and have offspring? Yes. For example, let's consider the magnificent zonkey. Yes, it's a thing. It's a hybrid, actually, a cross between 2 different species, a donkey and a zebra. Pretty rare, but it can happen. They typically are going to be sterile, though. So even though the donkey and the zebra had the baby zonkey, that zonkey will not be fertile. Donkeys and zebras are different species, so this fits into that species rule. Speciation, which means the development of a new species, can occur when populations are reproductively isolated in some form. Why? Well, first, check out our natural selection video, which talks about natural selection
good
as
stuff.
a mechanism of evolution and how change over time can lead to a new species. Our focus right now is to see how isolation can happen in the first place, which can give rise to speciation. If we're going to get a little more fancy, we could talk about two main types of speciation: allopatric speciation and sympatric speciation.
Yep, this is what we were just talking about. So, allopatric means they are separated. I guess the word allo means like different. Like Allosaurus means different lizard. That's got to be a Latin or Greek root right there, allo. Sympatric, that's like it's like sympathy, like, you know, or synonym, you know, like together, similar, the same, they're in the same area. Allopatric means that they are the species, like they've been separated physically. Sympatric means they're still together.
And here comes our disclaimer in our short video clip. We are only giving some
Patrick Stewart. Yeah, there you go.
And how speciation
Engage.
can occur. In allopatric speciation, there's a geographic barrier that separates the populations.
Yep.
So while natural selection is acting on these populations, there is also some geographical barrier, like a river or a mountain, that keeps them from being able to interbreed and share the same gene pool.
Yep.
Eventually, over a period of time, there can be change over time in the separated populations, in their separated areas from mechanisms like natural selection or genetic drift. Over time, these populations can have significant genetic differences that may not allow them to interbreed, even if they were brought together.
Yeah, well, their chromosomes might not line up anymore. So, like, even if they do attempt to breed, the offspring are not going to be fertile, or they might not even have like a proper embryo or anything like that. So this is just what happens over time after being separated for a long, long time and not interbreeding.
Populations separated geographically can form different species.
This is how we get the diversity of life on Earth, is that you have these speciation events that happen. That's why we have different species of foxes around the globe, is because they've moved to different areas and they develop into new species. Like, this is how biodiversity happens, you know? This is why we have so many species of birds and so many millions of species of beetle and etc., you know? Part of it is biogeography. They get geographically separated. But it doesn't always happen that way.
You might think you would always need a geographic boundary to separate populations, but in sympatric speciation, the speciation happens in the same area, yet there's something else isolating them. So what is it? Well, it can be a lot of things. We'll talk about just a few of them now. Let's start with prezygotic barriers. That means barriers that occur before you can even make a zygote. A zygote is a fertilized egg, so a prezygotic barrier is not even allowing fertilization to happen. So of the prezygotic barriers, let's start with this first one, behavioral isolation. This is when species can have different behaviors, even very slight differences, that can isolate them. For example, birds having different songs. Some only have a very slight difference, but this can prevent the males from attracting females of other populations. And these birds can look very similar. Appearances are deceiving. One of the common biology examples is the eastern and western meadowlark.
Yes, indeed.
Surprisingly, you can find
Many of you probably come from, if you live in the United States, many of you are probably from states that have the western meadowlark as your state bird. I know when I lived in Montana, that was my state bird, the western meadowlark, state bird of Montana. And it's like, I don't know, 60 or 70 other U.S. states also. I'm kidding, it's not that many. It's like 6 or 7 other western states also other U.S. states also have the western meadowlark as their state bird. I think Nebraska might be one of them, and one of the Dakotas as well. I think North Dakota. Yeah.
find them in the same
6
area.
states total.
They look so
nice,
similar.
Lenina. Thank
but
you.
They are isolated by their behavior. Mates are attracted with a different song.
Yeah.
Temporal isolation, species can breed at different seasons, years, even different times of the day.
Yep.
They may look very similar, but if they don't have the
This
same
is a big
breeding
one.
season, then you're going to have an isolation. habitat isolation. See, even assuming that organisms live in the same area, that doesn't mean their habitats are exactly the same. You could have two species of amphibians living in the general same area, but if one prefers an aquatic environment and one prefers a terrestrial environment, that will be habitat isolation.
And shoot, that might not be the best example. Nitpicking here. This is a great video, but we're nitpicking. That's a huge difference between terrestrial and aquatic. But whatever.
Now, you can have post-zygotic barriers.
And Kulanina, thank you.
That means that mating and fertilization actually occurred because you have the zygote, a fertilized egg. But there's some barrier that separates the species even still. Remember our zonkey example? Well, that's a perfect example because the offspring is not able to reproduce. That's one barrier that separates donkeys and zebras. Sometimes offspring that are produced between two different species are very weak and they do not survive long. And sometimes, if species interbreed, the offspring is not able to develop, even in very early embryonic stages, because there's a genetic incompatibility.
They just, break. The embryo just breaks. It happens sometimes.
All of these are post-zygotic barriers that can happen in the same environment. Now, in our short video, we want to point out 3 things. First, this is just a very few set of examples of isolations that can lead to speciation. We encourage you to explore the huge list of other isolation types that can lead to speciation. Second, species can be impacted by more than one type of isolation.
True.
And third, please understand that isolation itself is not the mechanism for the actual change over time. Change over time, which can occur in gene pools of populations, can be due to mechanisms like genetic drift or natural selection. For example, let's take the case of natural selection. Remember that variety naturally exists in the populations. However, genes in a gene pool that results in high fitness, meaning more offspring, can increase in frequency of the population, which can cause the population to change over time. Isolation is what separates the gene pools of species, so the mechanism acting on the populations is acting on them separately.
Yep.
Well, that's it for the Amoeba Sisters, and we remind you to stay curious.
Good stuff. Good stuff. Here's a link to that video right there. You'll give it a thumbs up if you like that, I guess. That's what you do with YouTube videos, right? I appreciate this stuff. It's good. Always good things from the Amoeba Sisters. And so there are multiple ways that you could get a population of tyrannosaurs to split. But I just think they're a particularly tricky animal to get to speciate allopatrically. And honestly, it's hard to imagine them speciating sympatrically, but it's possible. You know, maybe there were some tyrannosaurs where they mostly hunted duckbill dinosaurs, and these other Tyrannosaurus hunt ceratopsian dinosaurs, horned dinosaurs, and then... Well, I don't know why you would have a split in the population like that and you wouldn't be passing genes back and forth, though. That's really the kicker. As you have to find a way to get the duckbill hunting Tyrannosaurus from not breeding with the ceratopsian hunting Tyrannosaurus in this scenario. Because if you can't keep them from breeding, then they're never going to speciate. They're just going to be passing genes back and forth, you know? So yeah. I hope that makes sense. Anyway, Tyrannosaur phylogeny. I would love to see what people like Tom Holtz or Thomas Carr would have to say about this. Or Denver Fowler, who's published on Tyrannosaurs too. And the good thing is we don't necessarily have to speculate about that or wonder. I can see if Tom Holtz has said anything about this as a Tyrannosaur researcher. Here, let's look at his replies also. Yeah. Scrolling. Yeah, I don't think he's going to offer much of an opinion there. He might be keeping his cards fairly close to his chest here. Yeah. Let's see. He might not have really said much about it yet, in terms of, like, offering an opinion. Yeah. Yeah. There we go. We're getting to before this was published, I think. Yeah. But anywho, there's some interesting stuff in this phylogeny. Denver Fowler and Elia Warshaw. Elia Warshaw and Denver Fowler, I should say. Warshaw was the lead author on that paper. They published a paper with the proposed anagenetic lineage of Daspletosaurus. Proposing that Daspletosaurus turosus evolved into Daspletosaurus wilsoni, which then evolved into Daspletosaurus horneri. In this paper, these are two separate clades right here, with Thanatothoristes there at the bottom, more closely allied with horneri. Which is weird. I wonder about that. This whole phylogeny I kind of wonder about, honestly. And I'm also surprised that they didn't put Nanotyrannus in here. It probably would have made it a little too controversial. But I think a lot of these authors are proponents of the idea that Nanotyrannus is a separate genus from Tyrannosaurus. But it's interesting that they put it very close to Zhusheng tyrannus and Tarbosaurus, and also Lithranax, or Lythranax, I should say, from Utah. There's this whole, like, Laramidian endemism hypothesis that some of these authors are big proponents of, and I just don't see it. But I haven't published on this, so who cares what I think, you know? Anyway, it's interesting stuff. Yeah. A Bubble Fight Club. 2006, interesting Bubble Fight Club. So far, Tyrannosaurus Rex is only known from North America. China would be an interesting place for one to be born, Bubble Fight Club, but welcome, welcome. Yeah. Oh, and Subpar Umpire, thank you. Sorry, I did miss your chat message until right now. Subpar Umpire says, so in the paper they mentioned derived characters observed in T. mcraeensis, and from my basic understanding, derived characters are features observed in the most recent common ancestor and past descendants. Derived characters are ones that are not present in the ancestor. Subpar Umpire. Those would be like, almost like atapomorphies. So like, a derived character would be a specially evolved one. It'd be something new. That's why it's derived and not basal. Basal would be between the ancestors. Yeah. Such a feature is only observed in T. mcraeensis and not T. rex. Does that imply that they are not ancestor descendant? That's a separate thing, and that is what they're implying in the paper. Yes, Subpar Umpire. But the thing is, there was something about the ventral margin of the denary, it being convex rather than concave, I think. And, like, that's something that we see in some Tyrannosaurus specimens. That's not a unique character to T. mcraeensis. So yeah. But yeah. And Wheel62 says, "Hi, Danny and chat. Weren't T-Rex confined to the western subcontinent of North America? Laramidia is what you mean, Wheel62." And the answer is probably not. Here, let's go to 90 million years ago. About 90 million years ago, this is basically what North America looked like. You had the western subcontinent, called Laramidia, and the eastern one, what we call Appalachia. And so there's this idea that, like, you've got distinct dinosaur faunas in both of these, and also distinct dinosaur faunas down here, different from up here. However, by the time Tyrannosaurus appears on the scene, the Western Interior Seaway had largely dried up. And so T-Rex would be able to walk into the eastern part of North America. You no longer had Laramidia and Appalachia. It's all just North America after that. So again, this is supposed to be 66 million years ago. That's why that asteroid crater is right there. And different geologists and paleontologists will argue about how big the WIS was at this time, but it doesn't seem like it cut North America in two at the very end of the Cretaceous when T-Rex evolved. It doesn't seem like it had isolated the two subcontinents. They're back together again at the end of the Cretaceous, it seems. That seaway is dried up, for the most part. To what extent is a matter of debate, but it's no longer cleaving the continent in two. I think pretty much everybody agrees on that. Yeah. So yeah. Anyway, and Subpar Umpire says, "Thanks for getting down into the weeds with me. It really helped my understanding." You bet, Subpar. Thanks for your feedback. I appreciate that. Yeah. And Victaria says, "Why name it after the rock formation? Is the stratigraphic data important in demonstrating it is a distinct species?" That's really the linchpin, Victarius. Yes. And thank you for bringing that up, because it's honestly the most important part of the paper. All of the differences between Tyrannosaurus mcraeus and Tyrannosaurus rex, I think they're all very subtle, and honestly, a lot of these just come down to a matter of opinion, whether they constitute it being a different species. I'm not so much convinced by that. In fact, they even say that here. Was it in discussion? Yeah. Maybe it was at the end of... There we go. It is worth noting that these differences are subtle, but the differences between species are often relatively subtle. Characters diagnosing different species of Daspletosaurus tend to be relatively subtle, as are those diagnosing different species of Alioramus. What they don't mention here, though, which I wish they would, was that the fact that those characters diagnosing different species of Daspletosaurus being subtle, this is used as evidence for anagenesis, for single lineage evolution without splitting. Yeah, Elia and Warshaw and Fowler, this is one of the keys to their paper, you know? These are subtle differences. A smooth gradation between species over time. You know, they're not really even different species. It's just the same population evolving over time. And we basically, for convenience sake, put different species levels on them at different stratigraphic horizons. I'm not even necessarily convinced that Alioramus is a valid genus. I think it might just be Tarbosaurus and Zhusheng Tyrannus and etc. But yeah, anyway. But yeah, they say here that those differences are subtle. The thing that really clinches it, the thing that makes this paper interesting and not just like needless splitting, is the age of this animal. So they say that referral of this specimen to Tyrannosaurus in the past, the reason that they thought that that this critter was just Tyrannosaurus in the past is because previous researchers had assumed that the Hall Lake Formation is late Maastrichtian in age, but no geological or paleontological evidence supports this assessment, they say. But yeah. The dinosaur fauna of this formation, suggests a late Campanian or Maastrichtian age. They also have an actual ash date from a tuff here, and it was... what was it? Where did that go? Ash, maybe? Yeah, nope. Uh-oh. Where did that go? Yeah, for some reason the word tough doesn't show up in the... It's not showing up in the search for whatever reason. Radiometric dates also point toward a latest Campanian or early Maastrichtian age. Uranium-lead dating gives an age of 73.2 plus or minus 0.7 million years ago for a tuff 9 meters above the base of the Hall Lake Formation, and a series of late Campanian ages for the upper 70 meters. Immediately underlying the Jose Creek Formation. So basically, they're saying that this animal here, Tyrannosaurus mcraeensis, is from the latest Campanian or earliest Maastrichtian, based on one ash date. But the thing is, the ash date is from well below this this horizon where the animal was found, and they don't have one at the top bracketing it. And so it's kind of open-ended, you know? Yeah, there we go. Figure 7. Thank you, umpire. Yeah. So tuffs are these, you could talk to Volcano Doc about that, but these are volcanic sediments, volcanic ashes, and you can date a volcanic ash. You can figure out exactly how old it was by doing radioisotope dating on it. You can find radioactive isotopes within zircons in a volcanic ash, like a tuff. And so they have those from here, and they have dates on them. And so we know where this animal comes from in section. And we have a tuff right there, but we don't have one on top. It's not like this is neatly sandwiched between two radiometric dates. We don't have a good absolute date for this animal. It could actually be younger than we think, but they say something about like an assumed rate of deposition. And the search is not working. Let's see. Nope, there we go, yeah. Depending on the estimated rate of sedimentation, Tyrannosaurus mcraeensis may therefore have lived between 72.7 and 70.9 million years ago. Latest Campanian or earliest Maastrichtian, 5 to 7 million years before Tyrannosaurus rex. But that is an assumption there. They're estimating the rate of sedimentation. And we really need better information before we can really say that with any degree of certainty. You know, does that make sense? So yes, this animal appears to be older than T-Rex, from earlier in time, but how much earlier? And morphologically, it seems extraordinarily similar. Very, very similar. They even outright state in the paper that these differences, morphological differences between this animal and T-Rex are very subtle. And they might be mostly within the normal variation of Tyrannosaurus. I don't know. I'm not a Tyrannosaur expert. So yeah. Anyway. Yeah. Amicia says, will we say T-Mac? You could if you want to. But T. mcraeensis would be the proper way to say it. T-Rex is the abbreviation for Tyrannosaurus rex. T. mcraeensis would be the abbreviation for Tyrannosaurus mcraeensis. So yeah. Anyway, a really interesting paper, and I really wish that they had discussed anagenesis in this, or at least the possibility that this could be the ancestor of T-Rex. But yeah. Anyway. T-Mac with cheddar, please, veggie steak. Nice, Amicia, nice. Anyway. Again, if you want to read this paper for yourself, I will give you a link here. Well, here's a link to the press article from which you can find the original paper. There you go. And with that having been said, I think it's time to wrap things up. Start my weekend here. I'm going to be doing some traveling this weekend, and I got to get ready for that. So everyone, I hope you had a fun time on today's stream. I hope you learned something. And we're going to start wrapping things up here. Let's run our credits. And, yeah. Don't go away just yet. We are going to go right into somebody else doing some science on Twitch. Who else is on right now? Let's see. Looks like PaleoStream is already done. We're gonna go say hello to Science Streams. And catch up on some more science news with Balint and Lita. Lita is on tonight too. Excellent. We're gonna go see what they're up to. Good stuff. Thank you for a wonderful stream, everybody. Hope you had fun. I hope you've got a strengthened appreciation for the natural world around us and its long and fascinating history and how we're all part of it. Thank you to everybody whose names showed up here in the credits. Followers and raiders, moderators and subscribers and cheerers and gifters. I appreciate all of you. Hope you all have a wonderful and safe weekend. Stay curious. And let's go continue the science with Balint and Lita over at Science Streams. All right. Take care, everybody. Bye-bye.